All right, we are live. Welcome everybody to the live stream. This is Parker from Test Prep Champions. As always, I'm here to teach you how to pass the GED fast. And if you're not subscribed, make sure that you are subscribed because we've just hit 1,000 subscribers recently, which I'm extremely pumped about. And my goal is to help every single one of those 1,000 subscribers and everybody watching this pass the GED test. So I'm not going to rest until that goal is achieved here. So today on the live stream, we've got an exciting session today. A lot of topics that are we've got someone on the live stream already. Welcome and welcome to everybody here. I've got my whiteboard set up here to welcome everybody into the stream. And so I want to go right away. Today I want to give some rapid fire advice as we wait for people to fire in here, some rapid fire tips to help you with the GED test. We've got someone else on the stream now. We're up to 2 champions on the stream. Welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. So I had a pre-submitted question from Ashley. So I want to give Ashley a quick shout out for pre-submitting that question. And so now I'm going to address that question. And this is a question that a lot of people will benefit from. So I'm excited to answer this question. So the question is basically, how many questions do you have to get right on each section of the GED test to get a passing score? So that's a really important question. So let me break this down here. So the short answer is that in order to pass the GED for each section, right? The GED testing service has never revealed exactly how many questions you have to get right on each section. But that being said, I'm going to give you a general rule of thumb here that's generally going to hold true here. So for each section of the GED test, if you take the total number of questions and cut it in half, that's a good rule of thumb for how many questions you want to get right in order to pass each section. So, for example, on the math section, there's going to be about 46 questions. So in order to pass math, you want to shoot to get at least 23 questions right. All right, same with science. So for science, you're going to get about 34 questions. So if we cut that in half, that's about 17. So you want to get about 17 questions right on science in order to pass science. And for social studies, you've got 35 questions on the social studies section, give or take. Okay, and so if we cut that in half, that's about 18. So you want to get 18 questions right on social studies in order to pass. And lastly, what about language arts? Well, there's 2 different scenarios. So let's say that you get a 0 on the essay. So worst case scenario, you get a 0 on the GED Language Arts essay. How many questions would you have to get right on the multiple choice section in order to pass? Well, in theory, you would need to get about 26 questions right in order to pass if you get a 0 on the GED Language Arts. All right. Now, best case scenario, right, you get something on the GED Language Arts writing section. So let's say you get something on the writing. You don't get a 0. How many questions would you then need to get right? Well, you would need to get about 23 questions right to ensure that you get a passing score on the GED Language Arts section if you get some kind of points on the essay. So rapid fire here. For math, you want to get about 23 questions right to pass. For science, about 17 right to pass. For social studies, about 18 questions right. And for language arts, you want to shoot for 26 questions right if you get a 0 on the essay. However, of course, if you follow this channel and you watch my videos on how to write the essay and you go in there with a plan to write your essay, let's say you get some points. Let's say you get 2 points or 3 points, or even you kill it and you get all 6 points on the essay. All right, in that case, you would bail yourself out for the multiple choice test, and you would only need to get about 23 questions right on the language arts in order to pass the section. So these are just estimates again. Unfortunately, the GED testing service doesn't really make it clear here, and a big part of the reason is because not every single question on the GED test is worth the same amount of points. So for example, on the math section, for a typical multiple choice question where there's only one right answer, that would be worth 1 point, okay? But some questions, for example, on the math section might be worth multiple points because they might have you do like a drag and drop thing where you have to pick 2 or 3 or 4 or more right answers. So a general rule of thumb would be that each answer would be worth another point. So if you have to pick 3 right answers on one question, that might be worth 3 points. All right, so because the questions are not worth the same amount of points, the GED testing service does not make it clear which exactly how many questions you have to get right to pass for each section. But if you use those estimates, 23 on the math, 17 on the science, 18 on social studies, 26 on the language arts if you get a 0 on the essay, or 23 right on the language arts if you get something on the essay, those are good guidelines to pass. All right, and so obviously you guys are all champions. I'm really glad that you guys are here. I'm so grateful. It's really an honor to be here. So thank you guys all for being on the live stream right now with me. If you have any questions, please just drop them in the chat. If not, I'll go through some of the pre-submitted questions, some of the other material that people wanted me to address in advance. But since you guys are here live, I wanted to give you guys a chance to pop anything that's on your mind about the GED test or life in general in the chat here. And probably let's try to stick to the GED test. You might rather have my advice on that than in life in general. But, you know, anything goes. Pop your questions in the chat. Now would be a great time. And if not, then we'll keep moving here with the pre-submitted questions. So, okay, we've got one here. Can you go over probability? Yes, sure. Yeah, we can do probability. So basically, for science. Okay, so basically the way probability works is you're going to have a total number of outcomes that are possible. And then you're going to have, like, so let's say, for example, you're picking colors out of a jar, because that's a pretty standard probability question. So let's say that you've got, for example, let me clear this off. So one last time, welcome everybody. Thank you guys all for being here. And I'm going to clear this off and we'll talk about probability. So there's a couple different ways to write the formula for probability, but the concept is what's most important. And so these probability questions, they may come up on the science section, which is what the question was originally asked about, but you also may get a question on probabilities for the math test. So let me go through how to do this here. All right. And so let me see if I can pull up a quick example. If not, then I'll just make one up on the fly, which is always very interesting when I do that here. But the general concept, all right, to get the general concept down, we're going to stick with marbles as an example here. So let's say that you are drawing marbles out of a jar here. There's different colored marbles. Maybe you've got reds, you've got greens, you've got blue. All right, so how would you find the probability, for example, of getting a red marble? So the first thing that you want to know here, all right, is let's say that in a jar we've got, say, 5 green marbles. Okay, so G obviously means green. You've got 5 greens. You've got, say, 5 blue. All right, and you've got, say, 2 red. All right, and so we've also, let's say we've got 2 yellow, for example. So how would we find the probability here of, let's say, drawing a red marble? Does anybody? James passed all his tests. Congratulations. That's what I like to hear. Awesome. If you've got any advice, any wisdom you want to share with any of your fellow GED test takers here, just pop it in the chat. But awesome job, James. I'm really, really happy to hear that. Good for you. So basically, yes, so add everything. Okay, so for probabilities, what we want to do is there's 2 parts to it, right? So let's say, again, we want to find the probability of drawing a red marble out of a jar, all right? Basic example. So I'm going to put a P here, and I'm going to put a little R. So this is for the probability of drawing a red marble here. And so what we want to think about here is the total number of outcomes that we could possibly get, all right? So the total number of outcomes would be the sum of all of these marbles. So we would, yes, add everything up here. So we would do 5 plus 5 gives us 10. 5 plus 2 is 12, plus another 2 would be 14 here. All right, so the total number of outcomes that are possible for drawing one marble, all right, is going to be 14 here. All right, and so, but we don't want to know all the outcomes in general. We want to know what is the probability, what is the chance of drawing a red marble. So how many chances are there to draw a red marble? Well, since there's 2 red marbles in a jar, that means that there are 2 different chances, right? So what we would do here is we would just put 2 here, all right? So the probability of drawing a red marble is the total number of desirable events. So the total number of desirable events would be the events we want to happen, which would be drawing the red marble. And we divide that by the total number of outcomes, and you get the total number of outcomes, right, by adding all of these up here. Okay, so now to do the math here, we could do this in a calculator, but an easy way to do it is to just simplify, right? So how can we reduce this? Well, 2 out of 14, let's divide both by 2. So if we divide 2 by 2, we get 1. If we divide 14 by 2, we get 7. And we have a guest appearance here by my cat. So we divide both numbers by 2. We do 2 divided by 2, we get 1. We do 14 divided by 2, we get 7. So the probability would be 1/7. The probability of drawing a red marble, again, is 1/7. So that's the basic thing here, is the probability formula is the total number of desired outcomes divided by the total number of outcomes in general. So that's the basic concept, and that's the basic key thing that you want to remember for getting probability questions right. Yeah, I know. He's adorable. We just got him, my wife and I. Yeah, of course, no problem. I'm responding to thank you, and I'm also responding to the cat comment. Yeah, he is. He's adorable. We got him. My wife and I got him a few months ago. We use a rescue cat from the SPCA. And yeah, he does like to make guest appearances from time to time here. Go over the means now. Yeah, sure, absolutely. So let's talk about mean here. So does anybody on the chat right now remember what the mean stands for? So let me spell it out here. The mean is another word for how to find the means. Yes. Okay. So, Ashley's on the chat now. All right, Ashley, I answered your question, but let me rattle that off here in a second. Let me first address the question about the means, and then I'll hit on your question again, Ashley. Thank you for joining us here. So let me get the question about the mean, since I started doing that first, and then I'll come right back to that. So basically, mean is another word for average. So the way that I like to tell students to remember that is to think about mean means the average. So that's the first thing to remember. Mean means the average. So in order to get the average, okay, what you want to do is you want to take the total number of numbers in a data set. Okay, so let me give you a make-believe data set here. So I'm just making this up off the top of my head, so I'm writing really simple numbers, but on the test, obviously, it's not going to be this simple. Okay, or else it'd be really nice if it was, but it probably won't be. All right, so we're just going to stick with easy examples because I'm making this up off the top of my head as we go here. Okay, so let's see, we've got 3, we've got 5, we've got 10. Okay, so this is our data set here. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 2, and 10. So let's say that you're given a question and you're given a data set like this, and you're asked how to find the mean. Okay, so the first thing you want to think is that the mean means the average. So you want to find the average of these numbers. Okay, and so the way that you do that is you're going to add up all of these numbers, and then you're going to divide by the total number of numbers in the data set. So the way that you would do that here. So again, like I said, we're going to add up all of these numbers. All right. So the top part of our fraction, we add up all the numbers. So we have 1 plus 2 plus another 2 plus 10. Okay. And so 1 plus 2 is 3 plus another 2 is 5 plus 10 is 15. All right. So we add up all of these numbers and we get 15. Okay. So the top number in our fraction is going to be 15. And so what goes in the bottom number again here? What goes down here? What number? Well, remember I said the bottom number is the total number of numbers in our data set. Okay, so let's count up the total number of numbers here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 here. So to get the average, you would do 15 divided by 4. And let me see if I have a calculator handy, because that's going to give us kind of a strange number here. And so that would give us our answer here. That is going to give us the mean here. So anybody have a calculator handy that wants to rattle that off in the chat there, go ahead while I pull up my phone here and do 15 divided by 4, and that's 3.75. All right, so the answer here, the mean is 3.75. Okay, and so again, the way you do the mean, you just take a data set here. Okay, you take the data set is all these numbers here. Okay, and you add them all up. And when you add them all up, you put that in the top part of the fraction. Then you count the total number of numbers. So we went 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and then you divide by that in the denominator here, and we got 3.75. All right, does that make sense? And so that's how you would get the mean. And so you might get a word problem with the mean, or you might just get a question like this directly. Okay, I see now. Awesome, good. I'm glad to hear that. So what about using the same data set here? Here's a pop quiz. What number would be the mode? All right, so mean, median, and mode questions are big. What number would be the mode here? Does anybody know? So the mode is the most occurring number. So the mean means the average. The mode is the most occurring number in the data set. So since we have 2 2s here, all right, the most occurring number is 2. All right, so again, the mode is the most occurring number in the data set. In this case, the most occurring number is going to be 2. So that is how you would get the mode there. All right. Now, what about the median? So the way that you get the median is people often think the median is the middle number, and yes, that is true. The median is the middle number, but that's only when the numbers are ordered from smallest to largest. So luckily here, we've already got our data set arranged in smallest to largest order here. So what you would usually do is you would just look at the middle number here, but since we don't have a specific middle number here, right, we've got to look at the 2 middle numbers, and then we need to take the average of those 2 middle numbers, all right? So here's a general rule of thumb, all right? So the median is the middle number in your data set when the numbers are ordered from smallest to largest, okay? But if you've got an even number of numbers in your data set, you've got to take the 2 numbers that are innermost in the data set, and you've got to take the average of those 2 numbers, and that's going to be your median. So in this case, what we would do is we would take the average of these 2 numbers. So we would do 2 plus 2, and then we say, hey, there's 2 numbers in the data set, so you divide this by 2. And so really, 2 plus 2 is 4 divided by 2. 4 divided by 2 is just 2, so the median would be 2 here. All right, so that is how you would do the median. So again, the median, it's the middle number when the numbers are ordered from smallest to largest. And if you've got an even number of numbers, then you've got to look at the 2 innermost numbers in the data set, and you've got to take the average of those 2 numbers. So basically, you just add up those 2 numbers and divide it by 2. So that's the mean, median, and the mode. The range is very simple. To get the range, you just take the largest number in the data set and the smallest number in the data set, and you would subtract them. So the largest number here is 10. The smallest is 1. So the answer would be 10 minus 1, which is just 9. So that's how you would do the range. So that's mean, median, mode, and range. So let me come back to Ashley's question, and I'm gonna go over this again because Ashley's here now, and we've got more people here on the chat now. So welcome everybody. We're up to 11 champions here, and my goal is to help all of you guys pass the GED test. Obviously, that's why I'm here. And for those that are watching on the replay, thank you guys all for being here. So let me address Ashley's question now. So basically, I'm going to give estimates here, and the reason I have to give estimates is because the actual GED testing service doesn't release this information. So these are estimates, and they should be pretty reliable, but like I said, they're just estimates, so this isn't a guarantee, so obviously always try to get as many questions right as you can. So for the math section, so good rule of thumb, how many questions do you need to get right on each section to pass? You take the number of questions and divide it by 2, and that's a general rule of thumb for how many questions you have to get right to pass. So for math, you can expect 46 questions. Divide that by 2, that's 23. So you need to shoot to get at least 23 questions right on math to pass. Okay, so for science, you want to shoot for about 17 questions right to pass. And for social studies, you want to get about 18 right to pass. And then for language arts, let's say that you bomb the essay. If you get a 0 on the essay and you still want to pass the language arts or the RLA, 2 words for the same thing, okay, what do you have to get right? So if you get a 0 on the essay, hypothetically, as long as you get about 26 questions right on the multiple choice section, you should still be able to pass, all right? Now, let's say you get something for the essay. So let's say you get a couple points for the essay at least. You know, you get 2, 3, even if you kill it and you get 6 points, all right, then you would need about 21 to 23 questions right in order to pass the language arts if you get something on the essay. So again, for math, you want to get at least 23 questions right. For science, about 17. For social studies, you need about 18. And for language arts, 26 right if you get a 0 on the essay, and 23 right if you get something for the essay. So the main take-home message here is obviously try to get as many points as you can, but these are just numbers that you can expect, all right? And this is, you can just take my word for it here because it's complicated to break it all down. I don't want to break it all down here, how this works, but you know, you can kind of calculate it with math and probabilities and just looking at percentages and this and that, but I don't want to bore you guys. So just know those numbers here. Those are good estimates to aim for, and generally those will hold true. But you know, some of the tests actually might vary in questions. So for math, there's usually 46 questions. For social studies, usually 35, but you know, it can vary a little bit, honestly. So just depends on which version of the test they give you, but those numbers are good estimates. So hopefully that answers your question, Ashley. Thank you for pre-submitting and thank you for being live here. So, all right. So now would be a good time if anybody else has any other questions. Hopefully that answered your question there, Ashley, as averages. So if anybody has any other questions, that would be a good time to drop it in below. If not, I'm going to work on some of the other pre-submitted material. So as always, thank you guys so much for being here. I really want you guys to at least take away one thing. I want everybody on here watching this to at least, you know, come away with at least one thing you can do to improve your studying. Hopefully a lot more. But, you know, if you guys everybody watching this here gets at least one thing that they can take away from this today and can use to pass faster, then, you know, I'll be happy. I'll be able to know that I've done my job. So please ask away. That's what I'm here for. And if I don't see questions, I'm just going to go through the pre-submitted material. So you guys are also welcome just to listen in. Thank you for being here. And my cat is now playing with his little toy mouse. So hopefully that static is not being picked up on the microphone. But all right, so let's talk about another really important thing for the math section. Let's talk about slope. All right, so slope questions that have to do with slope come up a lot on the GED test. They are very important to know. They're actually not that hard to get right, believe it or not, if you just know the basic concept of slope. But a lot of people do struggle with this, so this is really an important topic. So let's kind of go over how to get the slope here and what the slope really means here. So does anybody know what the slope really means? Because we hear the word slope, okay, and it's often confusing what we're even talking about here. So let me just draw a graph here, okay? So let's get the concept going on first here before we even add any numbers to it, all right? So let's say that this is a hill, okay? Or imagine it's like a water slide at an amusement park, okay? So let's say this is a hill or a water slide, all right? However you want to imagine it, all right? And, you know, let's say it's a hill, and let's say that you're at the top of this hill, all right? You're probably much better looking than this stick figure here, but let's say you're at the top of a hill here, okay? And you want to run down the hill, all right? Which hill would you go down faster? Okay, this hill right here or this hill over here? In other words, which hill is steeper? Okay, which hill is steeper? Well, it looks like this one's a lot steeper because this one is pretty close to being straight up and down, right? Whereas this hill over here looks like you would go down at much slower. So that's the basic concept of the slope. All right, so the slope is just telling us about the steepness of a line. So a slope, it's a measurement of the steepness of a line. So it's just a number. The slope is just a number that gives you a snapshot of how steep a line is. So just remember these drawings here. Let me try to pull this a little bit closer, right? So that's the basic concept is, imagine running down a hill that's this steep versus this steep. Which one would you go down faster? So that's the basic concept of the slope. It's just telling you about the steepness of a line here. All right. And so as you guys pop questions in the chat, I will stay on until every single thing is addressed here. So don't worry if I don't get to your question. But basically, so the most important thing to know, really, one of the most important things, if I had to give the top 3 most important things about the GED test in general, one of the crucial things is how to read a graph. So first of all, imagine that this is a straight line. It's not coming out straight because the board's crooked and, my writing is a little bit crooked. So just you have to use your imagination. And hopefully the fact that the line's not perfectly straight makes you remember this because you look and you say, hey, that's not perfectly straight, but we got to imagine that it is. All right. So let's go over how to read a graph here. So also just imagine that these are evenly spaced. All right. They're not, but let's just pretend that they are. All right. So we've got to really use our creativity here. Okay. So this axis here, so this line here that goes horizontal on the graph. All right. That's called the x-axis. All right, so the x-axis, this line here on a graph that goes this way, it goes horizontal, right? Or you could say back and forth. Whereas the y-axis, all right, goes up and down like this here. Okay, so the y-axis goes up and down. The x-axis goes left and right here. All right, and this is really, really important to understand here. Okay, so let's say that we have a line. Okay, let's say that this is a line here. Okay, and let's say that we've got a point right here on our line. All right. So we can find the coordinates of that point, okay? And so the way that we write coordinates here, okay, we always put our x coordinate first and our y coordinate second. So the word coordinate is a little bit confusing, but just think about like a map. Like you want to think about the coordinates on a map. So really, the x coordinate is just the number on the x-axis, which again, the x-axis goes horizontal or left and right, and the y coordinate is just a number on our y-axis, which y-axis goes up and down, okay? So you always write in a coordinate pair, you write the x value first and you write the y value second. So what we do here to find the points here, okay, so let's find the x points. So all you want to do is you just start at the dot, go down here until it hits the x-axis. And we see that the dot would, if we draw a straight line down here, we hit the x-axis at 1. So for this coordinate pair, our x value would be 1. All right, so for y, we would do the same thing. We go at the dot, and we go all the way over here until we hit the y-axis. And we see that we would hit the y-axis at 2. All right, so the coordinate pair here would be 1, 2. All right, this is really, really, really important to make sure that we get this here. Okay, and so now, for example, this one would be pretty simple here. So let's say, what would be the coordinates of this point up here? Okay, we do it down here. What would be the x of this point right here? Does anybody want to take a stab at this? What would be our x coordinate? In other words, if we start at the dot and we go all the way down here, okay, we would hit 0. So our x coordinate would be 0, all right? Now for the y coordinate is pretty simple because we're right on. So the y is right on the 3, okay? So this coordinate pair would be the x would be 0 and the y would be 3, okay? And so whenever we've got 2 sets of coordinate pairs, we can find the slope. And remember from that little stick figure drawing, the slope is just the number that gives you a snapshot of how steep the line is. So the formula for slope, all right, and this is also important to remember. Now, you don't have to necessarily remember it because this will be given to you, but it's important to know how to use it. So let me make some room here. So the symbol for slope is an M, okay? It just looks like a little M. All right, and the formula for slope is just y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1, okay? And this will be given to you, but it's important to understand this. So I'm clearing some of this out of the way here because I want to make sure we've got room to work here. But the formula for slope, this little symbol, this little m, all right, that's the symbol for slope. And then you just do y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1, okay? And so since we've got a pair of coordinates right here, we can call this x1 and we can call this y1, all right? And down here we can call this x2, we can call this y2, all right? So it doesn't matter which ones are 1s and which ones are 2. We just have to keep the numbers paired together. So I could have called this x1 and this y1, all right? But what I can't do is I can't call this x1 and y2. So we just have to keep the numbers consistent. And so then what we do is we just take the numbers and just substitute them into the formula here. So let's say 3 is our y2. So in the formula for y2, we would just put a 3 up here, okay? And so we've got y1 right here. So what's our y1? Y1 is 2, right? So we would have 3 minus 2. Now what about our x2? Which number is our x2? Anybody want to pop in the chat here? Which number is our x2? Our x2, let me go over that, is our 0 here. All right, so we've got 0 right here. And what about our x1? Well, our x1 is just 1. Okay, so again, we've got our y2 minus our y1. So our y2 is a 3, and our y1 is a 2. Okay, and then we've got our x2 minus x1. So we've got our 0, we've got minus 1 here. Okay, and so then all you would do to get the slope is you would just put this in your calculator. So we've got 3 minus 2, that is going to give us 1, and then we've got 0 minus 1, which is negative 1. So the slope here would be negative 1, okay? All right, are you guys following this okay? Does this make sense to everybody? This is very important to know on your test. So we've got negative 1 here would be the slope. And again, 3 minus 2 is 1. 0 minus 1 is negative 1. So we've got 1 divided by negative 1. We've got a slope of negative 1 here, which brings us to another important point. All right, and this is kind of a secret or a shortcut. All right, you guys want to hear a shortcut for how to get these slope questions right. So sometimes you're going to be given like multiple choice answers, and like you're going to be given a graph. All right, so if the line goes downwards like this, so if you look at a graph going left to right, and the line goes downward like this, the slope is always going to be negative, all right? So what I mean by that is the slope will always be a negative number if the line goes downwards like this from left to right, okay? However, all right, if on the other hand, we've got a line, say, and the line goes upwards like this, if your line is going upwards, the slope is always going to be positive, all right? So that's very, very, very important to understand, all right? And sometimes you can actually use this like a trick or a shortcut or a hack, right? Because if you're given a line, right? Say you're given a diagram of a line here and they give you like answer choices and they're all positive except one multiple choice answer is negative. All right. If the line is going down like this, you don't have to even calculate anything because you have to know that if a line goes downwards like this, the slope is always going to be a negative number. So that would be a shortcut or a hack you can use there. All right. Likewise, if the line, all right, goes upwards like this, if you look from left to right and the line goes upwards, the slope is always going to be a positive number. So if you're given, say, a graph and you're given just a line that's going upwards and you've got multiple choice answers, maybe all of them are negative numbers except one, all right, the slope has to be that. And they ask you, find the slope. You don't have to calculate anything. You just look at those answers and you say, well, the one positive number, that's got to be the slope because the line is going upwards. So those are some hacks for those slope questions, all right? But the main thing is know how to do this calculation. And I want to, let's see, let me look at the questions here because there's some other parts of slope here that we can look at later. All right, but those are the main ideas. So you know how to read a graph, know how to get those coordinate points off of a graph, like we did here. Like I had the 1 and the 2. Know how to calculate slope using the y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. All right, that is really, really, really important. And you might be given word problems where you have to find the slope, or you might not even be given a graph. You might just be given, you know, two pairs of numbers. Like you might be given something like this, 1 and 3. And you might be given another pair like 2 and 5, for example, and you would have to know how to calculate the slope given like a pair of numbers like this. Those you probably will get at least one question like that on your test, all right? Of course, nobody knows which questions you're going to get exactly, but that's the kind of thing that you would get asked about slope. And you would need to use that formula, and you need to know what to do, all right? So you would need a strategy. So let me look at the, okay, so I have trouble solving problems like when they give you things like, if a park is X square feet with an area of X square footage, and they want to build a sidewalk to show square foot. Okay, so this sounds like a geometry type of question here. It sounds like we're talking about area and like building. Okay. So if a park, like for example, like say this is like our park here. All right, so this whole thing, imagine that's like a nice park where you go walk your dog or whatever, that type of thing, and like they're giving you like an area or square, like, so area, that's usually you're going to be given a list of formulas to find area. Okay, so like for example, all right, area questions are fairly simple most of the time. There's some nuances to them, but for geometry questions, the most important thing is really knowing, first identifying which shape they're actually talking about. Okay, so for example, if they give you like a soda can or a soup can, okay, that's going to be a cylinder, all right? If you're given a square or a rectangle, you've got to know how to find the area, how to find the volume, all right? That type of thing. And the way that you would do that is like, so if we're given a square or like a rectangular shape, right? So for example, a square, all right, every side of a square is going to be the same length, right? And so we've got a square right here. Let's just say that this is a square, right? And pretend every line is the same length. Okay, they don't look like it, but a square has 4 90-degree angles in the corners, okay? So for a square, each corner is going to have a 90-degree angle in it. And you know that it's a 90-degree angle because it's going to have a little box type thing. Now, often for squares, they don't even write the little box type thing, but just realize that that's what that means, that it's a 90-degree angle. And the reason it's a 90-degree angle is because the two lines intersect and form a 90-degree angle. So the lines intersect in a perpendicular fashion. So two perpendicular lines, like for example, say this is a straight line here, okay? And say this is a straight line, okay? They are perpendicular to each other, right? So one line's going straight up and down, one line is going straight left and right here, all right? And it doesn't look like it's left and right and up and down because of the way the board looks, but when two lines cross like this, all right, they cross and they create this 90-degree angle. We say that those two lines are perpendicular. So a square has these 4 90-degree angles in the corner. So to find the area of a square, what you would do is you multiply side times side. So let's say that we know that this side is 2. We know that this side of the square is 2. Well, all you have to do is know one side of a square because each side of the square is equal. And that's what these little lines represent. So if you see problems like this on geometry where you've got these like lines here, all right, that just represents that all of the sides are equal. All right, and so to find the perimeter, you would just add up all of the sides. So you would do 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. That would give you the perimeter, all right? And to find the area, you would just do side times side. So the area would be 2 times 2, which would give us 4. To add them up, you would do 2 plus 2, which is 4, plus another 2 would be 6, plus another 2 would be 8. So that's how you would do area perimeter with the square. And so basically, oh, we have Kim on the chat. Hey, Kim, how are you? How's it going? So that would be how you would do the area and perimeter of a square. Now, it's a little bit different with a rectangle here. All right, it's basically the same. The only difference is that with a rectangle, not all of the sides are the same length, okay? So with a rectangle, and again, just imagine that these are straight lines, okay? So with a rectangle, all right, the sides that are across from each other are equal. So I'm drawing 2 lines here, all right? And these 2 lines tell us that these 2 sides are equal in length, all right? This is really not a straight line, but just pretend that it is here. And so these lines over here are also going to be the same length of a rectangle, okay? And pretend that that's a straight line. Now, where are the... Okay, rulers would be helpful, but you know what? We can use our imaginations here. So for a rectangle, okay, let's say that this, and I'm using small numbers because I am making this up as we go here, but let's say that this is like 2, this is 4, and it could be feet, inches, yards, whatever the question asks us to do. So for the perimeter of a rectangle, you add up the length of each side here. So you would do 2 plus 4 plus 2 plus 4, and that's going to give you the perimeter of a rectangle. Okay, so you would do 2 plus 4, which gives us 6. 2 plus 4 gives us 6. So you do 6 plus 6 is 12. So the perimeter would be 12. And so then the reason I focus on easy questions, so I said this a little bit earlier because I am making this example. I'm taking live questions here from GED test takers. I want to give you guys live help to help you pass. And in order for me to do that, it's best for me to get these easy numbers because I am making this up as we go to give you guys live help. So, I mean, I could pick random numbers here. Like I could do 102, 452. But it's going to slow down the process and we won't be able to answer everybody's question. Or it's going to take a long time to do that because we're going to have to put these all in a calculator and the numbers are probably going to come out very strange. So I'm doing those easy numbers here so that we all get the basics. So hopefully that makes sense here. All right. So basically that would be how you would get the area. You just take side and you multiply it by side. So if we go back to these easy numbers here, all right, what we would do is we would do 2 times 4 here, okay? So the area would be 2 times 4, which would give us 8. Okay, so I'm not sure if that answers your question or not. So I would have to see like an example here. But for any of those questions, area, volume, you first want to figure out what shape it is. And that might even be given to you. Like they might say square, they might say rectangle, or they might not. Okay, they might give you a picture. You've got to first find the shape, go to your formula sheet, and then you've got to find the formula, okay? And so it's not always going to be as simple as plugging numbers in. Like, let's talk about circles now, all right? So for circles, okay, what's the formula for the area of the circle? So you don't have to have that memorized, but the formula is, we do it this way. So I'm going to put A and a little c down here. The little c means that we're talking about area of a circle. That's just one way to abbreviate it. So it's going to be pi r squared. Okay. And so this r here represents the radius. Okay. And so one of the hardest types of questions to do would be like a question where you're, say, given the area and you've got to find the radius. Okay, so that's one thing. And also if you're given, let's say, for example, the circumference, all right, and you've got to find the area given a number in the circumference, those types of questions, actually, a lot of people do have trouble with those. So let me see here. I don't know if we can come up with a good example of that or not, but here's how you go. Let's say here, big C, little c for the circumference of a circle. So the formula for the circumference of a circle is just 2 pi r. All right? And so one of the hardest types of questions, so say somebody gives you, they might give you the circumference, okay? So you might be given the circumference and you might have to find the area based off of the circumference. So that's probably one of the hardest types of questions that you would have to do. So let's try to do this. So let me make up an example here. Let's say that the circumference of a circle, let's say that we know that the circumference is, let's say, 100. Okay. So if we know that the circumference is 100, how are we going to find the area for that? Does anybody know how would we get the area for that? If we know that the circumference of the circle is 100 and that's all we know other than the formula, how would we go about finding the area of the circle? So the way that we would do it, all right, the first thing that we would do is we would have to solve for r here. So we've got to figure out what the radius is first, all right? And so the way that we would do this is we would just approach this just like we would a normal algebra question where you've got to solve for a variable. So the variable, that's just another word for an unknown, okay? And so in this case, the r is the unknown. So we don't know what the r is. So that's our unknown. So we've got to first get r by itself on this side of the equation. So does anybody know here what would we do? How would we get that r by itself here? Anybody want to take a stab? Okay, here's how we would do it. So we see that we've got 2 pi r. And also, does anybody know what does this little symbol here, when I say pi, does anybody know what that means here? Does anybody want to share on the chat? What does the pi mean? If anyone wants to enlighten your fellow champions here who are trying to pass the GED test. If not, I'll just go over it. So let me mention what that means. So pi is just a really long number. So this symbol pi, all right, it's just a really long number that repeats. And we usually just abbreviate it as 3.14. Now, there's tons of numbers. It goes on and on and on. Yep, there we go. 3.14. Awesome. There we go. Oh, thanks for coming back on the chat here. Thank you for joining us for yet another live stream. And you're on the ball here. We got 3.14. So yes, it's 3.14. And there's a bunch of other numbers in pi too, but we don't care. Okay, we just need to know that pi equals 3.14. All right, but for this question here, just know that pi is just a number. That's all you need to know. And you usually don't have to substitute 3.14 actually into the question, but just know that you can. So the way that we would do this here is we want to get r by itself. So we have 2 times pi times r. So we've got 2 times pi times r. So we've got 2 times pi. We divide 2 pi, all right, on this side of the equation, all right? And so whatever we do to one side, we also have to do on the other side of the equation here. Okay, so we've got 100 divided by 2 pi here, all right? So we can just leave that pi down there, right? And this is it's gonna work out really well when we do this. So if we do 100 divided by 2, we know that that's gonna be 50, all right? So we would rewrite this as 50 divided by pi. Okay, so we've got 50 divided by pi, and that's equal to our radius. Okay, so let me clear this out of the way because 2 pi divided by 2 pi, that's just gonna cancel out. So we see that 50 pi equals our radius here. Okay, so now are you guys starting to see how we can get the area now? Okay, hopefully you're starting to see how we get the area. So now all we have to do is we take this 50 pi and we substitute this, since that's equal to r, we substitute that back into our equation for r here. Okay, so we've got 50 divided by pi. Okay, so this is going to be squared now. Okay, so this would be squared here. Okay, and so we can do there's two different ways to go about it, right? So we can turn this, like we can divide by pi, and we can turn them into numbers, but usually it's best to just leave that as pi here, right? So let's say we do 50 squared. So to do 50 squared, we just multiply 50 times 50, okay? So we do 50 times 50, and we're gonna run out of room here. So if anybody's confused about what we did here with the circumference part, all right, just mention it now in the chat, and I will go over that because I am about to erase this here. All right, so basically all we did when we found the circumference of the circle, we were given the circumference and we had to solve for r. We had to solve for the radius. We found that the radius is equal to 50 divided by pi. All right, and so then what we did was we took that 50 divided by pi and we plugged it in up here, all right? So we've got 2,500, all right? So the top number here in our fraction, so we've got pi here, right? And then we've got 2,500, okay? And so down here, what we've got is pi times pi, right? So we're just, like I said, we can turn these into numbers. We could do 3.14 times 3.14. That would give us an approximation for pi squared, but we don't want to do that, right? So let's just leave it as pi squared. But I'm going to make it even simpler. Instead of writing pi squared, let's just write it as pi times pi, okay? And so now we've got pi times 2,500 divided by pi times pi. So we can cancel out a pi and a pi. And so the area would be equal to 2,500 divided by pi, all right? And then whatever our units would be, all right? Whether it's square feet or square inches or whatever we're talking about in terms of the units here. But that would be how you would get the area. So does everybody see how I did this here? So we've got 50 divided by pi, right? So we do 50 times 50. So 50 squared, 50 times 50, that's 2,500. So that's how I got this number here, all right? And so pi squared, how do we do that? Well, pi squared, that's the same as pi times pi. So I just wrote that as pi times pi. We did have this pi here, right? We still had that pi here. So we had pi times 2,500 divided by pi times pi. We canceled a pi out, canceled our pi's out here, and we were just left with our answer, which would be 2,500 divided by pi. All right? And so, and then your units here, which would be like, you know, it depends whatever the units were to begin with, right? But we're not worried about units here. We just want to get the basics down here. Okay, so, and you could divide this. You could do 2,500 divided by 3.14 and get the answer. But most of the times, it's a multiple choice test. Most of the questions will be multiple choice for math. Some will be you have to enter in that. You have to put in your own answer. But for the most part, like you can usually just leave it as 2,500 divided by 5. You don't usually have to divide by 3.14. But just know that if we wanted to, okay, since pi is approximately equal to 3.14, we could write in 3.14 here. And then we would just divide, and I'm going to do that on my calculator just to show you guys how strange of a number that's going to give us here. So we've got 2,500 divided by 3.14. All right, that's going to give us 700. You guys can probably see that number there, right? We've got 796.178344. Okay, and that's just an approximation because remember, pi would go on and on. So it's a lot easier to just leave that as pi. Okay, so that's how you would do the area. That's one of the most involved complicated calculations that you would have to do. And those questions do come up on the GED test. All right, I don't know how often they do come up, though. I have known that they do come up. So given like the circumference, and then given just your circumference, you might have to find the area, or given just the area, you might have to find the circumference or something like that. Those are probably the hardest questions that you would have to do with circles. Okay, they do come up. All right, but the easiest cases are just those kind of plug and chug, right, where they give you, got it. All right, awesome. Glad to hear that. Okay. And so when that R again stands for radius. So let me make sure that I'm clear about what we mean when I say radius. All right. So when we've got it, let's say, let me draw a circle here. Okay. So if we've got a line that goes the whole way across the circle, okay, we would say that this line is a measure of our diameter. Okay. So if we go from one edge of the circle and we go all the way across the circle here, that line is a measurement of what we call our diameter. Okay, so this whole thing is the diameter, but if we only go halfway, okay, we would call that the radius. Okay, so let me just show the radius now. So this little line, if it starts at the one side of the circle, goes all the way to the middle, that is the radius. All right, so if we look at a picture, that is a radius here. So we can write some formulas, right? So we can say that the diameter of a circle, okay, is equal to what? All right, so the diameter of the circle is equal to twice the radius, right? The diameter is equal to twice the radius, because see, if this whole line is the diameter, okay, and just half of it is the radius, well, this other half, that would also be radius. So we've got 2r equals diameter, okay? So now likewise, right, we can also, given the radius, we can find the diameter, right? So the way that you would do this, all right, if you don't have the formula for this, is again, we want to solve for, let's say we want to solve this for radius. So we've got 2r, we've got 2 times r. We just divide by 2, all right? Whatever you do to one side, you do to the other. So 2 divided by 2, it's going to cancel this all out. We're just left with r here. So we've got d divided by 2, all right? So those are the two relationships that you'll want to remember, all right, for your test here. So the diameter divided by 2 is the radius. So the radius is equal to half the diameter. So another way, we've got d divided by 2. Another way to say that is the half of the diameter, all right? So the diameter is half, so the radius is equal to half of the diameter, or the diameter divided by 2, however you want to say it, all right? And the diameter is equal to twice the radius. Okay, so these are two relationships that you guys definitely want to know. All right, so since you guys are here, I want to give you guys I want to give the show to you guys here, because this is really about you guys, all right? So if you guys have any other questions, now would be a good time. If not, I do have other material that was in questions that were asked in advance that I would be happy to go over to if you guys want to just sit back, relax, listen, jot some notes down. But since you guys are here live, I want to give you guys top priority here. So if you do have questions, now would be a good time as I erase this. All right, and we move on to another topic here, unless I get another question. So, like I said, this would be a good time to ask a question, whatever's on your mind about the GED test here. All right, if not, we're going to cover something else that's important here. So I've had some questions about what beginners should know for the GED test. So it's possible that right now, all right, watching this, we've got somebody on the live stream right now who is new to the GED. I know some of you guys have been through multiple streams. We've got Wong and we've got Kim who have been here with me on multiple streams, and I'm really glad to have you guys back as always. And we've got other people here too that are on. Is it Katrachita? I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce your name, but I know that you have been on multiple streams too, so I'm really glad to have you here. And it looks like James too, of course. We've got a few other people here too, so I'm glad that you guys are back. So we've got people that are repeat live streamers. They've been here with me multiple times, and I'm really happy to see you guys back. And I'm sure that we've also got some people that are new here, that maybe it's your first time on a stream with me, or you're just new to GED studying in general. You haven't been studying that long, and you're kind of confused about what you need to know, how to get started. And so I want to give some tips for GED beginners right now. And you don't have to be a beginner necessarily, right? This could be stuff that if you've been at it for a little while, these tips could also apply to you. But these are just some general tips here that are really good for beginners to know, and for everybody else in general here too. So one thing that's important is scheduling your test date. Okay, so there's a couple ways to go about scheduling your test date. So first, how do you actually do it? So you want to go on to the official GED website. You want to make an account. And that is where you're going to schedule all 4 sections of your test, all right? So there's 2 ways to go about this. So some people, what they like to do is they like to wait till they're pretty confident, till they're pretty sure that they can pass to schedule the date. So they'll like to go take a practice test and get a good score on a practice test before they schedule their test. But other people like to just schedule their test date 3 weeks or 4 weeks in advance. And they kind of do that to light a fire underneath them, to really, they use that deadline as motivation to get them fired up. So there's 2 ways to go about scheduling your date, all right? It's either A, what you can do is, schedule that date 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks ahead of time, and that way you just really, the deadline's going to burn in your head, and it's going to motivate you to light a fire under you to really just get going and hit the books, all right? Now, that can be stressful for some people. So other people, they like to just study for a little while and wait till they feel confident, wait till they're getting good practice test scores to schedule their date. So it just depends on what works best for you. All right, now this is another good tip, and this should be common sense, and for a lot of people, this might be common sense, but for others, it's not so common. So never ever leave a question blank on the GED test, okay? You never want to leave something blank. Always put a guess. It is mostly multiple choice. It's not only multiple choice, but especially on multiple choice questions, guys, all right? It's so easy to just guess something, just guess anything, all right? Even if you're not sure what the answer is, guess it and hit the mark feature. So there's going to be a mark feature on your test, and it's going to let you flag questions, and you can come back and review them later. So if you're stuck on a question and you're just not getting the answer and that time's ticking down, just click something, all right? Just click A, B, C, D just to get an answer in it, mark it, all right? Then if you have more time, come back later, all right? So always, always, always make sure that you don't leave any questions blank, because you're just leaving points on the table, because you just never know. All right, if you guess on a bunch of questions by chance, you might get questions right. You never know. There's always a chance that, hey, if you guess on 10 questions, you might just get really lucky and you might get them all right by guessing. In that case, you should probably go play the lottery, all right, after your GED, but it is possible. So always guess. Don't ever leave questions blank on your test here. Yes, I'm sorry. My nickname is a little complicated, but call me Rosie. Oh, no, no need to apologize. I apologize. I didn't want to. I wanted to give you a shout out because I know that you've been with us here before multiple times. So I didn't want to leave you hanging there, because I knew that we had Wong and we had Kim on. So I wanted to make sure that I recognized that you were here again, but I didn't want to mispronounce your name. So Rosie, all right, awesome. Thank you. I'm glad to have you here and everybody else here. So another tip is never spend too much time on any one question. All right. So if, a good way to do it is to go after the easy questions first. Go after stuff that you're pretty sure you can do. All right. And so really there's going to be a balance. There's really, when I talk about the difficulty, there's like 3 different difficulty levels that I consider. So there's easy questions. So questions that you can get in about a minute. Okay. Questions that you know right away how to do. So you're going to get some of those. You're going to get some questions, right, that you can figure out. It might take you 2 or 3 minutes to do, but if you work hard and you apply yourself and like you really think critically, you can figure those out. Okay, that's probably going to be the bulk of the test. Then there's also going to be some questions that you just have no idea. Okay, so if you get those questions right away, don't spend time. Right, if it's something that you haven't studied, okay, especially with the math, this tip especially applies to math. So let's say that maybe you haven't gotten that much time to study triangles, for example. You've never done a single triangles practice problem. You've never studied triangles. If you go into your test and you get a question on triangles, okay, don't try to figure it out there, okay, because if you haven't learned it up until that point, okay, don't waste your time. Don't waste 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes trying to figure it out, okay? Just mark the question, just guess. Put A, B, C, or D, just guess. Mark that question and then go on and do easy questions. Then, of course, if you get done with the questions that you can do, at the end, go back and review that question, right? So after you've answered the easy questions, go back to that question that you marked on triangles, for example, and spend the time to try to figure it out. But if there's something that you just haven't studied, because sometimes, it'd be nice if we could master every single thing for the math section, but sometimes there's topics that we either don't get a chance to study or we're a little bit iffy on. So if those questions come up and you're just not sure how to do it, if you haven't studied it in advance, I recommend just guessing and moving on. All right, I wouldn't spend a whole lot of time trying to figure it out. Now, the questions that you're borderline on, there's going to be some questions, like I said, that you can potentially figure out. Questions that you think, hey, I've seen something similar. Given a minute or two, I can figure this out and get the right answer. So by all means, apply yourself, work hard on those questions. But if it's a topic that you never studied, like, for example, you get a simple interest question, you've never done a simple interest practice problem. Now, you can, by all means, if you want to sit there and try to figure it out, that's fine. But what I recommend is just guessing and then coming back to it. Secure all the points that you can on the easier questions. And then after you do that, then come back and then take your time and try to work out that right answer. All right. But that's just some advice. So also another big thing is to know where your testing center is, right? So definitely, okay, this can be a big source of stress. So guys, I definitely recommend folks Google Maps, all right? At least Google Maps. Know where your testing center is. When you register, they're going to give you the address. So just put it into Google Maps, figure out where it is, and you can get an estimation. Rachel Smith, actually, that's my wife, everybody on the chat. She just popped in to say hi. I think you've got to change that from Rachel Hummel to Rachel Smith. We'll work on that, but that is my wife on the chat here saying hi. And actually, we both ended up being allergic to cats. See, I knew that I was allergic to cats my whole life, right? And of course, you guys that were here for me from the start today saw that we already had a guest appearance. My cat Tommy popped in. All right. So I knew I was allergic to cats, but we had a mice problem in my apartment. So it was kind of like, which would I rather do? Would I rather sneeze or would I rather have mice? And I decided that I would rather sneeze. So we got Tommy and we've got Tommy. And so actually my wife, Rachel, just found out today that she may in fact be allergic to cats. So, but we still love Tommy anyway. So we would rather have him, of course. And the mice have gone away since we got him. So that's always good here. Now, let me look back at the questions that I missed here. Let's see. Oh, so we had a question about memorizing formulas. So no, you don't have to memorize any formulas. You will be given a formula sheet, okay? Now, a good thing that you can do is as you do practice problems, right, and as you study, always check on your formula sheet, all right? So always check. You'll be given a formula sheet on the test, all right? So I'm going to put a link, all right? I'm going to make a note, and I'm going to put a link in the description after this video, okay, to put a link to a copy of your formula sheet so you can see what it looks like. All right, so check on the replay down in your description. All right, so you can look at the formula sheet, but So if you're doing a practice problem, right, and there's a formula in the practice problem, go look on the sheet. If it's on that formula sheet, you don't have to memorize it, okay? If it's not on the formula sheet, you might need to know it. So for example, like the only things I can really think of offhand are like, I'm not sure if it's on your, like, you know how I was doing that diameter and radius, like the diameter is equal to 2r, etc. That might be given to you. I'm not sure offhand if that's given to you, but for the most part, no. So I wouldn't spend any time memorizing formulas. You don't need to. You'll be given that formula sheet. Like I said, there might be some, like a couple things that, you might not be given, but they won't, for the most part, they will not significantly impact your score. So you can always check, like whenever you're given a formula in a practice problem, look on your, like I'm checking my formula sheet right here. I don't see that diameter and radius formula here. So let me write that up on the board again. So that's one that you'll want to either memorize or just know. All right, so this might be on your official sheet. My official printout here that I have doesn't have it on it. So it was, so like for a circle, your diameter of the circle is equal to twice the radius. All right, and also the radius, okay, is equal to half of the diameter. Okay, so like for example, this is something that you want to understand the concept, but you might want to memorize that. I mean, I don't know that it's going to be super important, but you definitely want to know the relationship between diameter and radius. So that's an example of something that you may want to memorize, because I don't see that on the official formula sheet here. So but for the most part, no, I wouldn't spend any time memorizing formulas. To keep it short, a long story short here, no, don't memorize any formulas. Okay. You won't need to, but sometimes, like I said, if you're going through a practice question and you don't, there's a formula and you don't see it on your formula sheet, you can memorize it if you want to. It might turn out, but I wouldn't really spend a whole lot of time worrying about it, honestly. So no, you don't have to memorize any formulas. I wouldn't spend any time doing it. Like I said, you'll get, just by doing practice problems, you'll get practice using them. So you want to know how to use them, be familiar with using them. That's the main thing. Like I said, if you ever get practice problems with formulas that are on your formula sheet, you might want to, if you've got, flashcards, or you just want to tuck those in the back of your mind to remember them, they might come up, but it's probably a low chance that they will. All right, so we're now up to 15 champions on the live chat, and I'm really, really honored to have you guys here. Thank you guys so much for being here, and I'm going to keep going with the questions here. So if I miss any questions, just put it again down below. All right, and we'll go over them again here. But we've got, what's GED? Okay, so GED is a high school equivalent diploma. So starting at the basics here, it's a high school equivalent degree. So there's also the task, that's how I call it, that's how I say it, the task, which is primarily in New York and other places as well. And there's the high set, okay, which is in other places too. But the main test that I prepare students for is the GED. Now, of course, other people that do high set and that have to do the task, right? I mean, there is a lot of overlap, but there are some differences too. So I primarily do GED, but that's basically, it's a high school equivalency diploma. So once you get a GED, okay, it's equivalent to a high school diploma. It's not a high school diploma, but it's equivalent to a high school diploma in that you can go on for college, right? So you'll have the opportunity to go to college, or you'll have the opportunity to get better jobs, right? Because a lot of jobs require, like if you go on Indeed.com or wherever you guys go to look for jobs and you just look, right? Most jobs will say requires at least a high school diploma or a GED. Most jobs will say that, okay? Not all, but most jobs will. So, just like if you graduate from high school with a high school diploma, all right, you have the opportunity to go on, you can apply to college or go to college, and you can, look for better jobs that require that high school diploma. So just like you could with a high school diploma, with the GED, it's a high school equivalency diploma, so you're going to be eligible for college, and you're going to be eligible for, and you'll be eligible for other things as well. So hopefully that answers your question. From Europe, so I don't know the word GED. Oh, no problem. Yeah, welcome here from Europe. We've got Crystal here. Thank you for being here. I hope that answered your question. But a lot of people think it's general education diploma, but that's not actually what it stands for. But it's basically, that's all you need to know, is that it's considered in America, it's the equivalent of having a high school diploma. Now, there's different reasons why someone might want to get one. For example, some students, they have health problems in high school where they have like a severe disease or an illness, right? And they have to miss a lot of school, and they just get set so far back from graduating that they just say, you know what, as they get better, they just do the GED. Some people have, mental health conditions like depression, anxiety, PTSD, or sadly, sometimes people leave high school because they're being bullied, or for whatever reason, people have, various reasons that they would leave high school. Okay, and it's not only people that leave high school. Some people will come to the United States and they might have a high school diploma from their country, but it might not be recognized here. For whatever reason, they end up coming to the U.S. and they have to get a GED. And there are other countries too where they do the GED as well. But that's basically all you need to do. It's the equivalent to having a high school diploma, in that you can go on for college and have better job opportunities. All right. And so basically, I said earlier that I wanted to give some tips for GED beginners, and so I want to make sure that I do that. And so these are not just for beginners, but also for everybody, really. But basically, the GED, what you need to know, there's 4 different subject areas. There's language arts, which it's reading and language arts. So if you hear people talking about RLA, that's what they mean, reading and language arts. So that's a section of the test where you'll have 150 minutes for 3 different parts. And those 3 different parts are going to be, you're going to have a grammar and language part, you're going to have reading for meaning, and you're going to have a part that has to do with identifying arguments, right? And saying, is this a strong argument or a weak argument, that type of thing. Okay, so there's 3 different parts, and those are the 3 topics: your reading for meaning, your identifying arguments, and your grammar and language type questions. Okay, and so parts 1 and 3, I should say, are all questions, mostly multiple choice. Okay, and then part 2 is the big essay, which you will have 45 minutes to write an essay. Okay, and so that's language arts. And so typically you can expect about 46 questions on the language arts section. Now, the number of questions can vary, of course, but that's about what you can expect. So for social studies, you're going to have 70 minutes. There's only 1 part to the test for social studies. And there's usually 35 questions, okay? And it can vary a little bit, but 35 is usually what you get. You can use a calculator, and the topics on the social studies are, again, 3 topics. You get your reading for meaning, analyzing historical events and arguments, and also using numbers and graphs. So that would be primarily what your calculator would be for, is analyzing those numbers and graphs. And so science, you can expect 34 questions on the science, give or take. And you'll have 90 minutes to do the science. It is a 1-part section. Again, you'll be able to use your calculator on the science. And you also have 3 topics. You have reading for meaning. You've got designing and interpreting scientific experiments, which that's important to know how to do that, and also using numbers and graphics in science. So that's like primarily, you'll be given a chart or a picture or an illustration, and you'll be asked questions based off of those here. Okay, and so for the math section, you get 115 minutes, and you've got 2 different parts to it. The first part is just a few questions you have to do without a calculator, okay? And so then you'll have the rest of the test where you can use your calculator for, which would be the second part. And you will have a calculator for the majority of the math test. Not all of it, but most of the questions you will have a calculator for. All right, so thank you guys so much. Everybody who's hit that thumbs up button before and given me a like, I really appreciate it. I see that we're up to 5. So if you guys have learned anything new, let me know with that thumbs up button. That's how I know if this is helpful or not, so I can understand how to best help you guys, right? So thank you guys so much. And everybody that's here, and everybody that's watching this on the replay or will see it on the replay, thank you guys so much for joining me here. It really is an honor to be here. I've been excited about this all day, really, all night last night, and all week, really. And so, I got the announcement out later last night than I wanted to, but we still got a pretty big turnout today, actually, a great turnout. And so really glad that you guys are here. So let me check for questions. And as I said, if I'm answering another question, just pop your question in the chat multiple times if I don't get to it. So we've got, all right, scale plastic. I scheduled my GED 4 days ago for my test and watched a few of your videos to help me learn what was on the test. I crammed for 4 days and scored college ready on all my tests. Thank you. Oh, you're more than welcome. Awesome. Awesome. I'm really, really happy to hear that. You got college ready on all tests. Awesome. I'm really, really glad to hear that. Great work. Awesome. Thank you for letting me know, and I really appreciate you watching my videos and for stopping by here. Hard work pays off. That's what I always say. Hard work pays off. Perseverance pays off, and it will pay off. Sometimes it takes people multiple tries to get through all the sections. Sometimes it doesn't. But thank you from Leslie. Oh, no problem. It's my pleasure. I'm always happy to help. Thanks, Leslie. Thank you for being here. Okay. So now, does anybody else have any other questions, anything that I can address live? Because I do have a list here of other pre-submitted questions and other material that I can cover, but since you guys are here live, obviously I want to give you guys the highest priority here. So now would be another good time to drop any questions down in the chat if you've got them. And if not, then I will move on to another topic. But yeah, you guys are amazing. I'm so glad to have you guys all here on the chat with me. And, like I said, we just hit 1,000 subscribers recently. Actually, you guys did this for me. So we hit 1,000 subscribers, and I'm just really thrilled. I'm really thrilled. I didn't know if that day would ever come because I just started making GED videos to help people out. And, all it took was a couple videos, and all of a sudden I started noticing, hey, I'm getting a lot of likes, I'm getting a lot of comments on these videos, and the next thing I know, I'm at 1,000 subscribers. So, I really want to help each and every one of you 1,000 subscribers. I think we're up to something past 1,000, but I mean, if I can help 1,025 people pass the GED, that's my goal. That's what I want to do. And everybody who's not subscribed to my channel, if you're watching my videos, I want to help you. And make sure that you are subscribed, because I do notifications for these live streams often very, very without much notice. I didn't even have 24-hour notice in the last announcement I made, right? So last night I did a quick announcement. Hasn't even been 24 hours yet, and we still have a great turnout today, so I'm really happy to hear that. But that's, make sure that you guys are subscribed, because I want to help you guys pass the GED. And is there a consistent schedule for live lessons? I am working on that. You know what? My work schedule will vary, and so I do want to get a consistent schedule going. So right now in the chat, okay, if you guys want to chime in, since you guys are here, is there a certain day of the week that would work best for you guys? Is there a certain day of the week or a certain time that would work best for these live streams? Because I'm always trying to figure out what's going to work best for people and what's going to work best with my schedule. So I mean, I've also, as an alternative to doing it in the middle of the day, which is what I have been doing, I also might do them in the evening, like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock Eastern time for me. I know that I have a lot of people that watch my videos in California and in Texas and in different time zones. And in Europe, really, right now, we have Crystal in Europe here. So, we've got people watching in different time zones than Eastern Standard Time, which is where I'm at here on the East Coast. So, I've thought about going in the evening too, because then, for Eastern Standard Time, 8 or 9, 10 p.m., that's not really that late, and people are home. People are busy during the day, working or whatnot. They're home in the evening. Kids are asleep usually by that time, so that's a good time for people usually. And then for other people in, a couple hours behind in different time zones, typically, maybe it's 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Well, it's 9 o'clock here in the East Coast. But I would like to have a consistent day, a consistent schedule. I mean, my first live stream I ever did, I did it on a Thursday. Last week I did it on a Wednesday, and now we're here on Friday. So that's just how it's worked out. But I do want to get a consistent schedule. So, if anybody has any days of the week that will work best for them, you can let me know that in the chat as well. And I definitely will take that into consideration, because I do want to get a consistent schedule. So like I said, my work schedule is up in the air. I mean, so it's that'll depend. I've got to work on a time that will work for me to do consistently, as well as what's going to work best for the most people consistently. All right, we have Tina here. Hi, Tina. 54 studying for my GED. Like listening. Awesome. I'm glad to have you here, Tina. It's really an honor to have everybody here and everybody that will see this on the replay. But thank you for stopping in, Tina. If you have any questions or anything that you want to ask about the GED, just let me know while you're here now. If not, you're more than welcome to just listen. And thank you for chiming in on the chat here, and thanks for being here. And so I know that a lot of people just drop in to listen, because sometimes questions that other people have will kind of spark something in your mind, which will help you learn something else too. So we looked at slope earlier, and we went over some basic tips for the GED. We went over an overview of what the GED is here. And again, I see that number going up on the thumbs up and the like. So thank you guys, everybody who's hit that like button. You guys rock. You guys are all champions. Thank you for doing that. Every time I look, it seems like we're up to 7. We were at 5 a couple minutes ago. So thank you guys so much for hitting that like button. That helps me, because it lets me know if I'm helping you guys or not, because that's really why I want to be here. All right. And of course, it's always good to have more likes. So thank you guys so much for that. Now, what we can do now is we can talk about RLA next. So would anybody like to hear some tips for the RLA section? Because that's what I will talk about next year, since I've gotten one of the most common questions I've been getting lately from multiple people is RLA, particularly multiple choice strategies, reading comprehension strategies, that kind of thing. And so I will say this, I do have a big video coming out soon. I've been working on it. It's been going on over a week now of me working on this video. So it is, I don't want to say too much about it, but I think it is really going to help you guys out. So you guys are definitely going to want to watch for that, because it's going to be a very big video that has to do with reading comprehension. And so you guys are going to want to watch for that. It should be ready soon. I might have it done in the next couple of days. Since I'm live streaming today, I'm not sure if I'm going to work on it tonight or not. I may or may not, but you guys will want to watch for that. But for now, let me give you guys some tips here for multiple choice for the reading and language arts. And if anybody has any other questions, drop them down below here. And so let me get to it here. So one thing is main ideas versus supporting ideas, right? So you don't want to mix up your supporting details and your main ideas here. So the main idea, this is one of the main things, pun intended, that you want to know for the RLA section is, how do you find the main idea? Okay, so the main idea is usually something big, right? It's the most important part. It's what the message that the author is trying to convey. Okay, that's the main idea, and the supporting details are facts and examples that support that main idea. Okay, let me just read this. We've got on the chat here. So as far as requirements for the GED test go, okay, really in certain states there is an age requirement variance. Okay, so 18 is typically the age where you can take your GED, but it does vary depending on state. I know that in, I think it was in Virginia, okay, there was just legislation passed not too long ago to try to bump the GED age down to 16. And it really should be lower, in my opinion, because if you've got someone that's 16 that leaves high school for whatever reason, okay, and they have to wait till they're 18 to take the GED, it's kind of like, what's the point? You've got someone that's dropped out of high school at 16, but they can't take the GED till 18. So they've got 2 years where they're just kind of in limbo, all right? And a lot of jobs, they need the GED to get better jobs. So it's kind of like, I don't necessarily agree. I don't think it makes any sense to put that age restriction on. I think the reason that they do it that way is because they don't want to induce people to drop out. So a lot of states, they don't, like the minimum age is 18 because they think, oh, well, if we make the minimum age 16, then 16-year-olds are going to drop out right and left. And the data is conflicting on whether or not that is actually the case. I mean, I say, you know what, it's a personal decision. If some people just are miserable in high school, some people leave for health reasons or other reasons. It's not always like they just want to go take the GED instead of doing high school. So I personally, I hate to see 16-year-olds drop out and be stuck in limbo until they're 18 to take the test. But anyway, that's just a little side tangent here. But if you're 21, you should be fine in any state to take the GED. So as far as I know, that's the only requirement would be over 18 to take the GED test. Now, I will also, I'll put a link in the description, okay, because there might be some other requirements, all right. So it just depends, but in the U.S., as long as you're over 18, you're usually good to sign up. So I'll put some information down below. I'll go to the official testing service website, and in the replay, I'll put some notes if I see anything else that's kind of funky about the requirements that you guys should know. But I mean, that age requirement holds true in most states, though. Unfortunately, it is 18, but you're over 21, so that you're 21, so it doesn't matter to you anyway. But so. Okay, so let me see what I was talking about here. So if anybody, like I said, feel free to chime in down there on the chat if you've got other questions, other things that are on your mind while I'm here. I'll be happy to answer them. As far as any primary certificate you need to show to take the GED test, to sign up for it. You know what? To my knowledge, no, I don't think so. I will, like I said, I will check on that requirement. I will make sure that in the description of this video, you'll want to check for the replay. Okay, when I publish the replay, look in the description below. Okay, if I find out, I'm going to check on this with the official testing service. And if there is any kind of primary certificate or anything like that that you need to show, I will. I'll make sure that I put a note about that in the description below. So hopefully that helps you, right, for the time being with your question. I'll make sure that I check on that. But as far as I know, no, I don't think so. Of course, if anybody else has any input on this or if anybody else knows, but as far as I know, no, you wouldn't have any issues with that. You know, I will say this though, what you bring to the test can vary in different states. I mean, I'm here in Pennsylvania, so I've primarily, when I used to tutor a lot of students in person, I knew the requirements in Pennsylvania were things like you'd have to have if you're in Pennsylvania, you would need a Pennsylvania driver's license or a Pennsylvania photo ID. Okay, or that was one option in Pennsylvania, or you could bring like a valid U.S. passport or a military ID or some kind of other U.S. or foreign government issued document. Okay. Also, for residency, to prove residency, you could also bring like your utility bill or a signed lease, tax record, voter ID card, bank statement, car registration, something like this. So there's multiple options to, for what to bring to the testing center with you. So like as far as certificates, like to show that you've been in high school or something like that, I don't know of any documents like that you would need. But yeah, obviously you would want to bring identification, and that's something that you will want to check depending on your state. But there's all kinds of different options there. So hopefully that helps you out. Okay, so we have a question from Tina. Tina from Texas. All right, let's see here. All right, so looks like you're talking about the Kaplan book and Aztec. You know what? I actually have heard. I've actually heard mostly bad things about the Aztec program. I have not had. I have not had any experience with it, like personally. I've never seen it. I know a lot of people don't like it for some reason. They say it's really hard. That could be good or bad. I mean, if it's hard, that could be good, right? Because that could help you with your test. But also, I guess if it's too hard, I mean, that could be bad. Let's see. So Kaplan. Yeah, so if you're in a class, that's what a lot of classes use. So then you don't really have control over that, obviously. So it looks like, so is your question, it looks like what you're asking is like, are the questions going to be the same as what you're seeing in Kaplan and Aztec, or will they be very similar? I think that's what, that looks to me like that's what you're asking here. And so generally, yes, you can expect to see similar things. And like I said, I don't have a whole lot of experience with Aztec. I've never seen any of the problems from Aztec other than that I've heard. I think maybe I've seen like, you know, pictures from it, but like I've never seen actual problems. I have heard mostly like that it's very hard. So a lot of students I know, test takers, they have to use it for their classes, don't like it for that reason. That could be good or bad because I guess if it's hard, that could prepare you for worst case scenarios. But I mean, so I don't know that much about Aztec, but I know that it is widely used. It is actually a pretty big program, and Kaplan is generally very reliable. Some people have mixed opinions on whether or not it's close to the test, but from my experience, the Kaplan stuff is very, very close to what you'll see on the test, especially like the practice tests in the Kaplan books. Like they'll usually have like pre-tests and then practice tests. I think most new editions at least have 2 practice tests. Those questions are generally very, very similar. At least in the types of things that you get asked. Like what the Kaplan does a good job of is like the most common types of questions that you'll get asked on the GED test. Kaplan usually does a good job of like hitting on those. So I would generally, Kaplan is a trustworthy resource as far as being similar to the test. So hopefully that helps you out. Kaplan is one of the most popular resources. I also like I like Princeton Review as well. A lot of people, I've been hearing really good things about the Princeton Review test prep book. Although Kaplan I usually recommend Kaplan actually. I mean, this is my Kaplan book from years ago when I was tutoring in person, but I also keep this around for reference. That is what most people use. A lot of programs use that. Yeah, so it looks like you've got Aztec on the computer. All right, and if it's provided from the state, then you got to use it. I mean, that's what they're giving to you. So, like I said, I've just heard bad things, as in it's hard. I've never heard good or bad about whether or not it's reliable. I mean, I would imagine so because it is widely used, and I know that a lot of states, like they're starting to put more and more importance on people passing the GED. Like there's starting to be more and more incentive for states to try to find better ways to improve their adult education scores because it really does adult education scores because it really helps the whole economy. Honestly, the more people that pass GEDs can go into college and then get better jobs, or people can pass the GED, go get a better job. And the more people we have in the workforce, obviously, the better for our economy. So, I mean, it's definitely becoming a bigger and bigger issue for states and governors to push for better GED test programs, but also they have to keep in mind the cost. So I don't know if Aztec is one of those things where like Texas and other states use it because it's cost effective, or if it's because it's just effective in general. But usually it's kind of a mix of both. Like as far as I understand it, like they'll look for a mix of what is effective and what is the least expensive. So I would imagine, I mean, it's got at least a decent track record of helping people pass. And yeah, the GED 29 prep book, that's a really good book. A lot of people really, really like that. I mean, some people, the only complaints I've heard about Kaplan, some people will occasionally say that like their questions at Kaplan were like different than what they saw in the real test. So I mean, that's mostly because nobody can predict for 100% certainty what's going to be on your test. The only thing I don't really like about Kaplan is like there's 2 things really. I mean, sometimes some of the chapters are laid out a little bit funny. Like they'll present concepts to you in a way that I don't always agree with. Like in the geometry chapter, for example, like they teach like different parts of a triangle and they teach the Pythagorean theorem like separately, and I don't. It's just some like weird things like that are minor things. But some of the presentation, like I sometimes question the order. Also, like it can be hard to understand. I mean, Kaplan, it's kind of a hit or miss because some people like Kaplan because it is easy to understand, but other people have a lot of trouble understanding it because they do use kind of bigger fancy words, like rather than making it clear what they're talking about. Like they use a lot of mathy terms like denominator, numerator, and all stuff that you of course have to know for your test. But like if you're just learning math for the first time, seeing all these math words, like it's not that helpful. I mean, it's more helpful obviously to start from square one. So those are two minor things that people say about Kaplan, but generally Kaplan is one of the better resources to use. Okay, let me see what other questions we have. Yeah, so we've got from Miriam a question about New Jersey. Does my GED diploma work in other states? Yes, absolutely. Yes, all states should recognize the GED diploma that you got in the state of New Jersey. Yes. All right, so we've got a question about, okay, in New York, there's also the task. So from what I know about the task is much harder than the GED. Some people say the high set, which is another test that's easier than the GED, but I know that when New York switched from the GED to the task, and this was a fairly recent thing, this was a couple years ago. So a lot of people in New York, they don't even know that the task is a real thing yet. A lot of people in general, they don't even know that the task is a different thing. They think that it's still the GED, but it is actually a separate test. And I know that right after they switched, okay, the passing rates for people getting high school equivalency diplomas just absolutely plummeted. So like as soon as New York switched from the GED to the task, the results absolutely plummeted statewide. I mean, like it had a really high fail rate, at least initially. So that tells me either one of two things: either one, that the task is really hard. It could also mean, number two, it could also mean that, like, since the task was just rolled out not that long ago in New York, it could also mean that, they're still making tweaks and changes to the task to try to, figure out how to best test students on it. So it's a new test. So the GED has been around for decades and decades and decades. So, I mean, and they're always making changes to the GED test. I mean, in 2014, they made big changes to the GED test, and like that threw off for a while. Like the pass rates for the GED went down after 2014 initially. Whenever there's like a new version of the test, with major changes, there's usually, like, we see a decline, at least initially. But the task, there was a big plummet in passing rates in New York. So what I know is that, from that tells me it's either harder than the real thing. I mean, the people who write the tests are still working on all the kinks. It also could be that there's not as much material for the task. There's not as many resources. I mean, a lot of times test takers watch GED videos for help, and so there will be some overlaps as far as the material that goes. That's something that I'm going to have a video done on next week. I have been meaning to talk about the differences between the GED, the HiSET, and the task, because that's a commonly asked question. So you'll want to make sure you watch for that. Next week, probably in the next couple of days, I will have a video that looks at the differences as far as material goes, as far as the reading, the science, the language arts. I mean, I know that they do their language arts differently for the task. Because, for example, for the GED, like, you take it all at one time. Like, you've got 3 different parts of the GED test for language arts. You've got 2 sessions where you answer questions and 1 where you do the essay, but you take it all at the same time. So you schedule the language arts, you do it all at the same time. But for the task, like, you can actually schedule your essay writing and you can schedule your multiple choice separately. So that's some differences as far as language arts goes. But yeah, you'll want to watch for that video, because I'll have a more detailed answer about the differences between them. But from what I understand, the task is harder. And the reason I'm saying that is because if you look at the data, like right when they switched from the GED to the task, the pass rates in the state plummeted. I mean, the task is, like, it was well-intentioned, because as far as I know, the state pays for it. I mean, unless they've changed it. I knew that one of the reasons why they put the task test in New York was because the state pays for it. So unless they've changed it, I could be wrong. I haven't checked, because, like I said, I do primarily GED test prep. I don't do specifically task and HiSET usually, although there is some overlap. So I know primarily GED stuff, but I do know a little bit about the task. I know enough to know that I think one of the points of instating it in New York was to make it free for test takers. So, like, your cost of taking the task was originally, it was designed to be very low, because it was free to schedule the task, and like the state paid for it and covered the cost. But the downside to that is you don't have any choice. Like, some states, you've got choice between the GED, the HiSET, or the task. Like, in some states, you can choose, do you want to take the GED or do you want to take the HiSET? So, you've got to pay money. Like, you've got to pay money for the HiSET, you've got to pay money for the GED. Sometimes a couple $100s, right, for schedule all the sections. Like, the GED in some states can cost a couple $100. All right. But in some states you'll pay for it, but you've got that choice. Do you want to do the task? Do you want to do the HiSET? Do you want to do the GED? Okay, and so some people can look at the HiSET and look for the GED and decide which is going to work better for them. Some people say the HiSET's easier and it's a lot cheaper. Some people disagree that it's easier. it just depends. But I know that in New York, at least initially, the thinking was, you know what, they took away choice, so there's no choice if you're doing GED, HiSET, or task, but the test is a free test. So they were thinking more people would take it, more people would pass because it's free. And I love the idea of making it free to take tests. I wish the cost for the GED was lower because the cost barrier, it can be rather steep, actually. I mean, here in Pennsylvania, at least I know I think it's $30 or $40 to schedule like each section. Some states it can be even higher. I mean, some states you can, like, they have like, it can be cheap, it can be free, like, or they have like vouchers and stuff like that. So it depends on your state. You can save money on the GED, but I know that was the thinking with the task, and from what I understood, it was an absolute disaster. Like when they switched to the task, as far as people passing, I don't know if I haven't looked at numbers recently about the task, whether or not it may have turned around. Like I said, I do primarily GED, but I do keep tabs from time to time on what's going on. And so I did know that initially the pass rates plummeted. So it was a disaster in New York when they initially put the task in. But I don't know if I mean, you'd think more people would be passing now. I think it was more because the test writers were still learning how to put together a good test, and there wasn't as much practice material. Like, there's definitely Kaplan books on the task, but initially there still isn't. There's still a lot more material out there for the GED than for the task. And I do want to do that eventually. I do want to produce videos for the HiSET and the task. The trouble is that a lot of the times there is overlap. And I'm going to get to questions in a second because I know that the chat is moving right along here. But I know that, there is overlap. I mean, fractions are fractions, guys. Slope is slope. Word problems are word problems. I mean, if you know how to do fractions, if you watch a GED video to learn how to do fractions, you're going to have to be able to take that knowledge with you and answer HiSET fraction questions. But there are some differences, and I'm going to have a video about that very shortly. So we're up to 9 thumbs up. Thank you guys for liking. I really appreciate that. So we're up to 9 thumbs up. Thank you guys so much, everybody who's hit that thumbs up button. And thank you guys for being on here, and people that will watch this on the replay. Thank you for watching on the replay as well. And so we have passed the 1 hour mark. We're heading towards the 2 hour mark, and we have some questions. We're rolling along here. So that was kind of a long-winded explanation on the task, but the short answer is I'll have a video where I break that down, the differences as far as content-wise goes, very, very shortly, probably next week. Okay. So we have from Tina talking about, the material at 54, it is actually, it's harder for the comprehension and remembering as much as normal. And you know what? From what I've heard from other test takers that I know have been out of high school for a little while, or for several years, that can be a thing. A couple miraculous things have happened, though, as far as GED. I mean, the oldest woman, to my knowledge, who ever passed the GED test was a 97-year-old woman in a nursing home. She had no reason to take the GED other than she just wanted to do it. She had left high school when she was probably 16 or 17, and all these years later, when she was 97 in a nursing home, she decided to get her GED just for fun, just to have that accomplishment. Her name was Evie Abe. So, there was a 97-year-old woman who did it. And just recently in Bartow County in Georgia, we had an incredible story about an 81-year-old man who was a custodian, and his name is Herbert, actually. And he had been the custodian at high school for many, many years. And so what happened was the principal pulled him aside and said, "Herbert, we want to make you the head custodian, but the school district is requiring that you either have a diploma, a high school diploma, or a GED, or else we can't promote you." And so at 81 years old, rather than even thinking of retirement, here's a guy at 81 went and studied for his GED, passed his GED, and he's very shortly going to be starting as the head custodian. So, that just goes to show that, hey, if you've been out of high school for a while, quite a number of years, it can be harder. And so, I don't want to make it sound like it's not going to be harder in some aspects, but that being said, there are miraculous stories of people who have, 81-year-old man recently, instead of even retiring, which, people in their 60s would think of retiring, 81-year-old man went for a promotion. He had to get the GED in order to do it. And so just incredible stories like that, really are inspiring. Okay. And yes, of course, it's never too late. I mean, it's easy for me to say that because, of course, I don't want to make it sound like when I sit here and sometimes I talk about having the right mindset and having the right desire and having the motivation and having the right thinking positive, that kind of thing. And I don't want to make it sound like all you have to do is think positive and focus on your desire and think of your reasons why you want to pass, because it's not like that stuff is just going to guarantee you're going to pass, right? Same with me sitting here saying, oh, an 81-year-old man did this, a 97-year-old woman did it. I'm just saying that just to let you know that, as I'm using those as examples just to show you, that some people have done it. There are crazy stories of people that have overcome odds. So, I just use that as an example to show you, it is never too late. Some people do incredible things. I don't mean to ever say, to ever make it seem like, I don't have empathy for people's situations, because everyone has their own unique struggles and their own unique situations, right? But, that being said, there are amazing stories of people who have overcome great odds, and, so that's just something to keep in mind. Okay, so we have a question about what can you take into the test with you. And Long's got an answer here. So basically, you will only be able to go in yourself. The exception is a calculator, though. So for the science and for the math and social studies too, you can, if you buy your calculator ahead of time, you can bring your calculator with you. And let me drop a link down here so you guys see what the calculator is, in case anybody's wondering. Because I know right now somebody might be wondering, when I say that you can bring a calculator to the test, somebody might be wondering, hey, what does that mean? What kind of calculator? So let me just drop a link down there below, to point you towards that calculator. But yeah, all you're going to bring is yourself, and obviously, we need you and we need your brain there for you to pass the test. But you can bring a calculator for those sections. Now, for the math, you won't be able to access your calculator for every single question, right? But for most of the test, you will. So let me drop this here in the chat below. So that's a link to your calculator. I mean, I say get the TI-30X multi-view scientific calculator, but of course you don't have to go out and get it right now. You can just click that link to look at it. And just a disclosure, that is an affiliate link. So from time to time, I get people who ask for ways to support this channel. I've had people offer to send me gifts, and I don't want to accept any gifts, but that is an Amazon affiliate link. So basically what that means is, if you want to support the channel, if you're going to buy a calculator anyway, of course, and you want to support the channel at no extra cost to you, if you use that link, I'll make like 60 cents in commission. So it's not much, but it will go to support the channel if you want to, but totally up to you, of course. But that is you can just click on that link and just go look at the calculator too, obviously. But typically you can, 20 or 30 bucks for a brand new version of it. That's the most you should spend on it. You can get some really good deals. You can get a calculator for 10 or 15 bucks, but it does have to be that TI-30XS multi-view scientific calculator. So for those watching this on the replay, if you're coming back to this replay like years and years from now, this is 2019 September as I say this, but 6 months, 8 months, years from now, if that version of the calculator changes, go and make sure that you double check on that. But as of right now, I am not aware of any announcements that will change. So yeah, you'll have that calculator, and your formula sheet will be provided for you. So a good thing to do, like if you take practice tests, which everybody should do on the official GED testing service website, one of the best parts of practice tests, not only will you get a chance to see where you're at as far as estimating your score, also you're going to get a handle on the layout. So you're going to be able to see exactly, basically the layout of those practice tests is going to be set up exactly like the test will be when you go in to take the real thing. So what that means is you'll be able to click and access your formula sheet at any time. So your formula sheet will be given to you, and you don't have to buy the calculator too, right? If you're pressed for cash or you just don't think it's going to be worth your time, you don't need to buy that calculator necessarily. They will have one on screen it's identical to the real thing. It looks just like the real thing. It's just that it's obviously it's on the screen. And so what you can do, you can just use the default calculator right on your computer if you want to practice with a calculator. Most computers, any modern computer should, if you just go in your applications, it should have a default calculator that comes with it. So the one that you'll have on the real test is a little bit fancier than that, but not much. And so I'm also putting a link to one of my YouTube videos, GED Calculator, What to Know Before You Buy, where I just break down the pros and cons of whether or not you should buy one. And so I'll just kind of summarize that right now for you guys, because I know we've got, many champions online right now that are, hopefully going to pass the GED test very soon, hopefully pass all sections, right? I want to see everybody pass the GED test. So anyway, I just want to say, because I know somebody out there who is watching this live right now, or somebody who will be seeing this on the replay, is probably going to wonder, do I need to buy a GED calculator? So really, two ways you can get your answer. One, you can check out that video that I made on my channel. I just dropped it down there. But also, right now, I'll just give you the pros and cons. So basically, the pros would be comfort. So you can get that calculator, practice with it ahead of time, have it in your own home. So people will go in. Sometimes you feel more confident having that calculator there. Also, it's usually a lot faster to just be able to punch the numbers into your calculator. I mean, the one on screen, I've heard that it lags. So if for some reason the internet connection or the program at your GED testing center just lags, like sometimes, because you might have to take your mouse and go over and click on the numbers and click the numbers and click addition signs and division signs and stuff like that. And if for some reason like the mouse lags a little bit or entering the numbers into your calculator, some people say that it does lag, it does slow down. So that could slow you down and waste your time. Now, that's not always the case. It just depends. So one good thing that you want to do right away is when you get in there is when you pull up the calculator and punch in the numbers like on your keyboard, like put in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like, and just make sure, because many times, like for the most part, you're usually going to be able to actually type the numbers into the calculator that's on screen. So if you can type them in, do that. That's going to be a lot faster than using your mouse. But other students have said that they couldn't type numbers and that they had to drag with the mouse. So if you don't buy a calculator, definitely do a couple things. Okay, I'll put another link to this. Let me make a note here to remember to put this in the description down below. But you'll definitely want to watch a video tutorial, okay, on how to do the GED calculator, right? Let me actually grab a link right now. You'll definitely want to know how to use that calculator ahead of time, okay? Even if you buy one, obviously you can practice with it, but if you're not buying one, okay, you're definitely going to want to watch the GED tutorial video, right? There's a great tutorial. All right, this isn't one that I made. This is like I think this is from the official testing service. I'm going to put a link to this right now in the chat, and if I remember, I will come back. And further questions in the chat, don't worry. I'm going to stay on. I'll make sure that I get to these all shortly. So don't think that if you're on the chat and I haven't gotten your question now, don't think that you're not going to be able to ask a question, because you will. I'm going to get back to these very shortly, but this is a video. This is from the official testing service. It's not my video, but this is a introduction to the calculator. It's basically all you need to know. And this is also a link to the reference guide. And I'm going to try to remember to put these into the description down below too. But sometimes I forget. And sometimes, like last live stream went on for 4 hours. And like, I didn't go back through all 4 hours to remember every time where I said that I would put a link to something. So that's why I'm also putting these links down below in the chat as well. But this is the official reference guide. And so the first link was a YouTube video from the official GED testing service, where that's a great tutorial. That's it for people who like videos, which I prefer videos. I like reading too, but for something like a calculator, I like to see the video. But the reference guide also does. It's actually, the reference guide is really short. It's only a page. That's got some pictures too. So definitely, whether or not you're buying the calculator, make sure that you at least see how it works. Like when you go into the real test, if you don't have the calculator, they're going to show you the instructions on screen. But like when you get in there, if you're nervous and you just have all this adrenaline and you're just get worried about your test, you don't want to have to sit there and try to like figure out how to use the calculator and how to read that thing. It's too much to read and too much to try to figure that out. Of course, you can do it. Okay, it's not rocket science. It's only entering buttons into a calculator. It's really not hard to do. It's really simple. But when you're going in there and you're nervous about your test, all right, just the littlest things like reading any extra thing to worry about is not something you do want to worry about. So that's why I usually recommend for people to buy the calculator if you can afford it. Just because it's only going to help you, okay? Because the buttons might lag, the computer might lag on the testing center, and also it's just something you can practice with. And if you're going into college, you definitely are probably going to want to have a good calculator, right? So if you're planning to go to college later after you get the GED done, you're probably going to need calculators for your classes. So, and it's always good to have a good extra calculator laying around your house. But another way to look at it, though, is, on top of the cost of the GED, some people say, hey, it's just another expense. So, I would definitely spend your money first on the basics, like your prep books, like your Kaplan books, or whatever books you want to get. You can get my book on my website. Okay, shameless plug. There's other GED test books out there too, of course. So, your first things that you want to make sure that you spend your money on are the prep books and also scheduling your tests. Scheduling your test, guys, is not cheap, all right? Folks, scheduling tests is not cheap, because sometimes you can have to pay 30, 40, 50 bucks, depending on your state. In PA, I think it's 30, but so definitely make sure you've got your money to pay for scheduling each section, right? And then for practice tests right now are $6 a piece. Every now and then they do a deal like where they'll do half off or buy one, get one free, which are awesome deals. But you'll want to do at least one practice test for each section from the official GED website, okay? And oftentimes the first practice test that people do, that is just to figure out where you're at. So many times the first practice test is just to see where you're at. And then you want to, after you see where you're at, study and then see your progress by paying for additional practice tests. So you might be looking at between $100 to $200 total for scheduling all of the 4 sections and for getting any prep books and for those practice tests. So, there's 2 ways to look at it. Some people say, what, if I'm putting 100, 150 bucks down, another 20 for a calculator is nothing. But some people will also, say, what, I'm paying $150 already. I don't think an extra $20 is worth it. I'm already strapped for cash. So that's totally up to you, personal decision. But as a general plum, it's only going to help if you have it. But you do have to know the basics. I mean, I've had test takers. I knew a test taker, and he practiced with his calculator. And he went into the test, and he brought his calculator in, and he failed the test, right? So he went home and he studied more, and then he went in, and the second time, right, he forgot his calculator, but he passed anyway. So that just goes to show that it's more important to understand the material. So you've got to understand the material and the basics. And then, if you really know the basics, having that on-screen calculator that you're using for free, it shouldn't slow you down too much, but it's only going to help if you have it. So that's my little spiel on that. Okay, so let me just double check here on anything that I missed here. Practice makes perfect. Don't give up. Yes, of course. So as we approach the second hour here, I just want to refresh my chat. Refresh the chat mentally, make sure that I've answered all the questions here. Okay, what if we passed out every subject but couldn't make but one single subject? So would you be able to clarify that? I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding what we mean here by what if we passed out every subject but couldn't make out one single subject. So it sounds like what if you pass? So are you talking about? So just chime in on the chat down below if I'm getting your question wrong. I'm not 100% sure that I understand what's being asked here, but you don't have to take all of the sections at one time. So there's 4 sections. If you want to schedule them all on the same day and the testing center has enough appointments available, then yeah, you can do that. I don't necessarily recommend. I usually recommend to schedule one at a time, just because it's I think it's easier personally, but some people like to schedule multiple tests at the same time. And if you are going to schedule multiple sections in the same day, I would definitely try to schedule some in the morning and then schedule say one in the morning and then one in the afternoon. So you've got a lunch break in between to go down the street and get a bite to eat, coffee, whatever, relax a little bit. If you do social studies and then 10 minutes later you got math and then 20 minutes later science. I mean, I don't usually think most people do well doing that, having it all back to back to back, but some people prefer to do it that way and some people do well like that. If that's what you were asking. Okay, if I pass 3 subjects out of 4. Okay, I see what you're asking here. So if you pass 3 subjects out of 4 but couldn't pass that one subject, so once you pass those 3 subjects, you're done with those permanently. You don't ever have to retake those. So say then you pass 3 subjects and then you go and take that last subject and you fail it. You just reschedule that and you will then just take it until you pass it. So once you pass the subject, you're good. You don't have to worry about it again. So you would just be retesting on that individual one subject again until you're done. And so that's another thing. The cost will vary depending on your state for retakes. I mean, everybody is different. The cost for retaking can vary based on state. I mean, some states you're going to have to pay the full price again to retest. Some states have a reduced cost for retesting, and you also have to check on your state guidelines, because usually it's if you fail 3 times, you have to wait 60 days or 90 days to retest. And as far as I know, that is a state requirement. So that's not the same in all states. Some states you can just go and keep going, but in other states also, you're going to have to have a waiting period, right? If you fail before you can reschedule. I know a student right now who is actually hoping to pass the test on Saturday, because if he doesn't, he's going to have to do a 60-day waiting period to pass again, which is a huge hassle. So I'm going to grab a link and I'm going to put this is the policies on repaying. Do your scores ever expire? The short answer is no, they don't, unless it's maybe over 10 years. Then maybe they will, but the short answer is no, they don't. I wouldn't worry about it unless it's been 10 or 20 years. Then they might, but the short answer is no, they don't. Okay, so I mean, if anybody has any states, so that's the link to where you can get the policies for retaking based off of states cost and the policy waiting periods. If anybody has a certain state that they want me to check on right now, I'll be happy to check on it right now. But that is a link where you can do it. Okay, so let me see here. And for everybody that's hanging on with your questions, I really appreciate your patience. I'll stay on here until every question is answered, even if it's 10 p.m. tonight. I want to make sure that we get all of these done here. So let me just make sure. And if I miss someone's question, just post it again and I'll make sure I answer it. So Chad Stewart, halfway there, got language arts and math left. Congratulations on looks like you must have got science and social studies done. Congrats on that. Definitely, most people find language arts and math the most challenging, but congratulations on your good work so far. And I'm just refreshing and making sure that I've got all the questions here. And you're welcome for the link. All right, we've got Raul on here. Hello, sir. I'm taking on Math Monday last exam. I hope I nail it. I hope you do too. Thanks for joining us. Raul, weren't you on? You were on last time, right? I remember talking to you last time. You were talking about you had to do Aztec learning or something like that for your program. I'm pretty sure, unless it's a different Raul. But I do remember. I'm not sure if that was you or not. But if it is, welcome back. If not, if it's your first time here, welcome. I can't remember the last name, but I remember the first name talking with you. But at any rate, yeah, thank you for joining me, and I hope that you do too. Good luck. If you have any math questions, just let me know. Okay, so Chad Stewart, take my language test the 16th. Wish me luck. I do wish you luck. So everybody, let's wish both Raul and Chad and other people too who have said that they're taking tests. Make sure that we wish everybody, guys. That's what we're here for. Like I said, we just reached over 1,000 subscribers recently, which I'm absolutely thrilled about. And if I could help all 1,000 of you guys who have subscribed pass, that's what I want to do. I mean, I really want everyone to pass who's watching my videos and who's here with me right now. I want to help you guys all pass. So, if you guys have questions, please let me know. Please, please, please. I've got all kinds of pre-submitted stuff that I didn't even get to yet because I want to make sure you guys get the priority since you guys are here live. We're up to 10 thumbs up. Thank you, whoever that was that bumped us up from 9 to 10. Thank you so much, guys. Whoever that was, big shout out to you for bumping us up from 9 to 10 thumbs up. Thank you so much. Champion shout out to whoever that was. I keep looking every time I look, the number goes up and up. And, it's really, I'm glad that I'm able to help you guys. So seeing that number go up, it's meaningful for me because we're up to 11. There we go. Champion shout out, whoever that was that bumped us up to 11. I'm just really, really glad that I'm able to help you guys. And so, that lets me know that I'm doing a good job here. And it's also, of course, let's be real. It's always good to have more thumbs up on your YouTube videos. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. And I apologize for those who are hanging on with questions for me to answer here. Please stay on, and I will make sure I get to everything here. Let me see where I was here. All right, so Wong says, still waiting on RLA reading tips. The more passages I read, the more afraid. Too many words I don't recognize. Okay, so Wong, actually, I was going to send you an email about this, but I don't, maybe I did. I'm not sure if I did or not, if I mentioned this the last time I talked to you, but I will have a big video. I mentioned this a little earlier in the video, but I have a big video coming out about RLA for both. I think it's really going to help you and everybody else because actually most of the requests for help that I've been getting lately are for the RLA and tips, tricks, strategies for RLA, particularly the reading. For the essay, I mean, people always need more help with the essay. That's always a common question I get about the essay, but the multiple choice is something that I actually didn't realize until recently that there was such interest in learning strategies for doing that, both reading comprehension and for answering the questions, right? So I'm gonna have a big video, actually, biggest language arts video I have done so far on this channel. I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to work on it today because I'm streaming, but I'll have that out very shortly. So that will hopefully really help you and everybody else. And I do want to make more videos on reading comprehension strategies. So as far as words that you don't recognize, definitely, context clues are key. And looking up a lot of words too, just dictionary.com. I mean, that's a free resource, dictionary.com. Or if you've got a real dictionary, you can look it up there. But definitely, look up as many words as you can. You don't necessarily need to memorize them, although some people, they do like to they make their own GED study flashcards out of vocabulary words, right? But definitely, I mean, it's a good practice. I'm going to put a link, drop that link right there, dictionary.com, just for free anytime in your reading, especially if you're reading like test passages, just take that word, just put it in on dictionary.com. Hopefully that'll help you out. And if you've got any words right now that you want me to try to explain, I mean, I'd definitely take a stab at them. I can see what I've got as far as that. But so that'll help you with your word recognition. I mean, I know it can be scary because you think, okay, I've learned all these words, and then you see, it seems like there's just another word and another word and another word that you don't understand what they mean. But definitely look for the clues, like, in the sentences before that, the sentence after that, and just think also, just general practice. You'll get there. Definitely, I would just always get in the habit of checking words that you don't understand in the dictionary because you never know, they may show up again. Okay. Chad Stewart, at my testing center, you can only test on Mondays. Yeah, that is a thing. it depends. Like the best way to figure out how to schedule your test is pretty self-explanatory. I mean, when you schedule, you just go on to GED.com, the official testing service website, and you make an account for free. And I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. And then you then like you'll pick your state, and you will be able to. I have a video. Let me put my video on that if anybody's interested in that while I'm on here. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's one of those things where it's like, some people like to have a video if you're really visual. So I did film a video on how to sign up for the GED in 2019. And let me just drop that here, how to sign up. And like I said, it's pretty self-explanatory, but it's not always. Some things that may seem like they're common sense or may seem like they are self-explanatory are not always self-explanatory. So that is a video tutorial on how to sign up, where I make a fake account, or I use my fake account. Don't tell the testing service I did that. I don't think you're supposed to do that. And I just show you how to sign up for a test. It's pretty straightforward. And I accidentally swore in that video. I don't like to curse in this channel because I never know if there are kids present. But in that video, I did swear. So just a heads up, if there are little ears in the room when you watch that. As I do try to keep this clean because I never know if there are kids listening. But in that video, I left it in so that maybe if that incentivizes you to watch it, I don't know if it does or not. But if you want to see a video tutorial on how to sign up, like I said, it is pretty simple. It is like pretty straightforward, but I don't like to assume something that's straightforward for some people might not be for others. But basically, when you sign up, you'll be able to see which days they have available. And like Chad was saying, in some states or at some testing centers, they might only have one day of the week available. A really good testing center that has a lot of appointments will have like Saturday appointments, which are great for people who work during the week. So, that just depends, especially people, if you've got to call off work to test on Monday or something like that, you'll definitely want to obviously make sure that you're ready to go. So as a good general tip for everybody, definitely go. When you make that account to sign up to schedule your testing appointments, that's the same place where you'll get those official GED ready practice tests. So definitely do at least one GED ready practice test always before you take the real test, because that's going to give you an approximation. And if you get a ready to pass score, then you're usually good to go. I mean, it's not a guarantee, but typically once you get a ready to pass score, I wouldn't stress it too much. I would just review from your score report, and then I would go take the test. So we're up to 12 thumbs up. All right, champion shout out to whoever that was that got us up to 12. Thank you so much for the likes. It really means a lot to me. So thank you so much. We're up to 12 thumbs up. Every time I look, we were at 11. We were at 5 earlier. What happened? When was that? I mean, we're approaching hour number 2 here, but it wasn't that long ago. Remember, I was just like, oh, we're up to 5. Thank you guys for getting us up to 5, and now we're up to 12. So thank you guys so much. So only $10 if you fail in my state. So yeah, as Chad's saying here, it will depend on the state. So luckily, in some states, the cost will be very reduced. Like some states, you might have to pay 30 or 40 to schedule your test, but then if you fail and you have to retake, you'll have a reduced cost. Some places it's free, or you might have like a voucher system. If anybody like wants to know, like I can look it up right now while you're on the chat, like how it works in your state. But the retake policies can vary, and the cost can vary per state for retakes as well. And then trying to make sure we got all of these. So I know we had that question about, do your scores ever expire? I answered that. Yeah, we got that. And the short answer is no. I mean, you can check. Depends. Like for certain colleges, they might want to see they might want to see for some reason, like how long ago did you take the GED? I don't know why they would, but but as far as do your GED scores expire, the short answer is no. I wouldn't worry about that. I mean, in some situations they can expire. The only thing is like the older test sometimes the only time like you would have trouble with that is like say like you took it in like 2001 or something. Because the test in 2014, like they completely changed it so that like the test in 2014, like they changed it to try to make it prepare GED test takers better for college and better for the workforce. So like if you've got really old like tests like that were before the new version of the test, in certain states, maybe it might not no longer be valid there. But really like it's only about every decade. Like it's really every 10 years or so, like they will issue a new version of the test. And so, it just depends on your state, but generally, no, it's not something that you would worry about. It's just like sometimes, like say you take like one section, like you would probably like want to take your next, like take the rest of the test as soon as possible, like within a year or 2 years. I wouldn't like take it. Like if you took a GED science section and passed it and waited like 10 years and came back and then tried to do the other sections, that you might have trouble with something like that. But yeah, definitely check on your state. They've got good information about that. Like on, it could vary state by state, but the short answer is no. I've never heard of anybody. I mean, I've never heard of anybody. We hit 1,000 subscribers recently, and what most people don't know is like I've actually been doing this for many, many years before I really started making videos on YouTube, and I've never heard of anybody having trouble. Even people that took their GED like 10 years ago, even people that took the older version, like the pre-2014 version, I'd never heard of anybody having trouble. But I mean, in certain situations, in certain cases, it might be an issue. So you know what? I'll if I find anything that we should know about, I'll make sure I put that in the description. But it's not something that I would worry about. I've never seen it be an issue ever. What is the average pass marks for every subject? So basically, every subject, the way the scoring works is it's 145. That's your passing score. So if you pass 145, you have passed that section of the test here. And so that's the first thing to understand. 145 is passing in every section as of the most recent version of the test here. And so 165 to 174 scores in that range are GED college ready scores, which show colleges that you've got the skills ready to perform at a college level. And you can also get exempted from certain placement tests in college or remedial classes if you score in that range, for the 165 to 174 range. And the 175 to 200 range, that's the GED college ready plus credit range. That's the big range because you can actually earn college credits ahead of time. We're up to 13 likes. Thank you so much for bumping that up to 13. Whoever that was, champion shout out. You guys are the best. We're now up to 13. So as I was saying, from 175 to 200, that's the GED college ready plus credit range, and that demonstrates the skills that are already being taught in college classes, that you have those skills already. You can earn credits in math, in social studies, science, and in humanities. I think you can get 3 credits for math, science, social studies, and 1 credit in the humanities. If you score in the 175 to 200 range, you actually can get college credit early. That's going to save you time and money, especially if you do that well on every section. You're going to save yourself time. You're going to save yourself money in college. You're fast tracking yourself to a college degree. Now, I mean, it's not going to cut off. It could cut off maybe, it could save you a semester. It could save you a lot of time, actually. Now, you'll want to check on your individual program if you're applying to colleges. Some colleges won't. Some colleges take those, will give you credit for really good GED scores. Some won't. It just depends on your school. So call your office of admissions at whatever schools you want to apply to. Always make sure you do that, but that's a general rule of thumb. So 145 is the pass mark for every section. I'm not sure if that was your question or not. I know that you were asking about the average pass mark. So that's the first thing to know. And like also a lot of people want to know, I think it was earlier on, Ashley, I'll say this a third time. Let me see where my notes are. We had a question about how many questions do you have to get right on each section to pass. And so I'll say that again because we've got new people coming into the chat. We're up to 14 thumbs up. Thank you so much, whoever that was. Thank you. We're up to 14. We're up to 14 champions. I've hit that thumbs up button. I'm really happy to help you guys pass the GED test. Thank you guys for being here. So I had this written out earlier. My notes are scattered here I figured this out earlier because there is some math that you have to do math to figure out how many questions you have to do to pass the math section. And the reason is because not all questions on the GED are worth the same amount of points. It's just like some questions are going to be worth 2 or 3 points, right? So some questions will be worth more points than that. Some questions will be worth less points than others. Like on the social studies, questions will be worth less than a point in some cases. So it's like, as far as how many questions do you need to get right? And where the heck did I have that in my notes? I knew that I started the video off by saying that because I don't remember. You know what? I think I remember those numbers off the top of my head because I had to earlier. You have to look at the points and you have to do some calculation. It's a little bit tricky because you have to think about percentage because the GED really it's scored based off of how many points you get, not how many questions you get right. And the number of points will vary. But typically, you take the number of questions per section, and you divide that by 2, and that's going to give you a good understanding of how many you have to get right. So for like math, for example, typical math test will have 46 questions, so you cut that in half, all right? You'd want to get at least 23 questions right, and that should be good enough to pass, all right? Same with the science, right? They've got 34, 35 questions, and that range is what you can expect on the science. You'd want to get about 17, 18 questions right, and you should be able to pass with that. Same with social studies. You usually get 34 questions on a social studies test, so if you get at least 18 right, okay, you should be able to pass. Now, for the language arts, right, if you get a 0 on the essay and you only do the multiple choice and you bomb the essay, you get 0 points on the essay. If you get about 26 questions right on the language arts section in the multiple choice, you should still pass, right? And if you do get something for the essay, like if you get at least a couple points on your essay, your extended response, which I know we have questions about that in the chat. I mean, I'm going to get to those questions shortly. I just want to make sure I answered every question here. So hold on in the chat. I'll make sure that I stay as long as we need to get everybody's questions addressed here. But basically, if you get some kind of points for the language arts section, then you get about 23 questions right, you should pass. So those are just estimations, okay? But that's a general rule of thumb. Take the number of questions, divide it by 2, cut it in half. That's usually what you need to get right. So for math, get 23 questions right, you should pass. For social studies and science, 17 or 18 right, you should pass. For language arts, 23 to 26 is usually a good bet. But obviously, shoot to get them all right. So try to get them all right. But those are just some estimates just to help people with that. So the extended response is worth approximately 20% of your test. You're scored based out of 6 points here. And so it's weird because, you think 6 points, like you think, oh, well, if I score 140, then 6 points will give me a 146. But the scoring is actually, it's like I said, it's confusing because there are not all questions are worth the same amount of points, right? But it's going to be, you could get a score out of 6 points on it, and it's approximately 20% of your test, okay, will be that language arts section, right? So it's going to be scored out of 6 points, and it's worth approximately 20% of your test. And many students have actually gotten passing scores on the language arts with getting zeros on the essay, because oftentimes students who don't prepare or don't have any idea what they're doing with the essay, they will get a 0 on the essay, and it does happen more often than I would like to see, unfortunately. And I've heard that mostly from other test takers, but sometimes people get zeros and they still pass because they do well on the multiple choice. So it's a small portion of your score, but it will definitely help you. So that's what I always say. I mean, definitely have a strategy and a plan for the essay, because it's really not like that hard to write a good essay once you know how to do it. I mean, it can be tricky. Writing those essays, it can be tricky, especially if you don't have experience doing it, because you know what, honestly, and the public school systems nowadays, I mean, the broken public school systems nowadays, like, they don't usually do a good job of teaching how to write an essay. So a lot of test takers, it's not their fault. They're unprepared for writing the essay because no one's really taught them how to do it. And it's, like I said, it's not your fault. It's just the way it is for some reason. I mean, they don't teach stuff that in schools, and it actually does. That's another thing. I'm not going to rant because we've got questions going, but that actually really does make me mad, because I'll see test takers that are struggling with things, and I'll say, okay, do you remember this from high school? And they say, I didn't learn this in high school. And in many cases, they didn't learn it in high school. I mean, you've got a lot of questions that people get wrong on the test, or sometimes things that they were supposed to learn back in 6th grade, but the teachers didn't teach it to them. Or if they did, they didn't communicate it in a way that the student understood it. So, some teachers are great. My parents are both teachers. I love teachers, but some teachers just don't do a good job. And unfortunately, if you were in a class like that, like I was many times in high school, you either teach yourself the material, you have parents at home who teach it to you, or you just don't learn it, in which case years later, if you go to get your GED and like you don't know how to write an essay because you were never taught. I mean, a lot of that just goes back to the broken public school systems that really have failed to communicate this material effectively, in my opinion. Here's my video, though, for anybody who hasn't seen it. This is how to easily beat the GED Language Arts Extended Response Essay. I think it's actually my most viewed, my most popular video on my channel. I haven't looked in a while, but I know that that's one of the videos that gets watched a lot. But I basically break down how to do it. And a lot of people have used that, and they've gotten 6s. I mean, if you look at my comment section, people do pop in and say that they have gotten 6s using that method. We're up to 14 likes. I don't remember if I saw that or not, but we're up to 14 likes. I don't know if I announced that yet or not, but every time I look up, we're at 14 now. So thank you, everybody who's hit that like button, for getting me up to 14 likes. Like I keep saying, it helps me because I can see, what I'm doing, if it's helping people. And if I go back and watch this on replay, I can look at what I was teaching at this time. And if I got a thumbs up, I can say, hey, you know what, maybe what I was teaching here was helpful. So that might be helpful to other people. And maybe I'll take that and make a whole video on that or something. But thank you guys so much. And for being here, just for being here watching, thank you so much. And I know we have questions pending, so don't worry. I will make sure I get through every single question here. So that's my video again on how to, Tina, I'm jumping ahead here in the questions because that's just what I saw. They don't even teach cursive. They don't. And it's honestly, the only cursive I've ever used in my entire life was to sign my name. And like my cursive is just really, really bad. So yeah, that's the only thing I've ever seen. I've never had to use cursive except for my signature. And like, they don't teach Yeah, there's so many things they don't teach, and for some reason, like, even if the teachers do teach something, like, that you should know, if they don't communicate it effectively because they're out to lunch and, like, they just don't get through to the kids in a way that is effective, I mean, it's kinda like it's gonna go in one ear and go out the other. Like I said, I mean, a lot of the times, even if the stuff is being taught in schools, middle schoolers and high school students will have to go home, and they're either going to sit down for an hour at home and try to figure out themselves what they were supposed to learn in school, or they'll have a parent or an older sibling or somebody who can teach it to them, or they just don't learn it. And in many cases, they don't learn it because it's like, you can't always teach yourself stuff from a book. You can't always learn from an older sibling or from a parent. Sometimes you need a teacher. And if you're unfortunate enough to be stuck in a class or in a school district where they just don't do a good job, unfortunately, it can make it a lot harder later in life. Okay, let me see here. Let me make sure I'm getting caught up on the chat here. Okay, so let me make sure I saw your older question here, Tina. I did it backwards and earned my basic petrochemical certificate back. And petrochemical certificate, that sounds cool. Not sure what exactly that is. That sounds cool. Is like, are you talking about like petroleum, like something with petroleum? That sounds really cool. Not sure what that is. That sounds awesome. Now, back in the '90s to work in oil and gas field. That sounds cool. Wow. Start out six figures, just need this damn GED. Wow. I've been studying since late January of 19. Well, awesome. Congratulations on your perseverance here. Wow. Six figures. That's awesome. Good for you. I really hope that, hopefully this has been helpful so far. And like I said, Tina and everybody watching, just let me know as you guys have questions. I do want to try to make this a weekly thing where I have a set time every week. I'm still trying to, figure out my schedule and also figure out everybody's schedule. So, for the people watching, if you guys, anybody has any preference, you can let me know in the comments right now, like what days of the week, what times work best for you, and I will take that into consideration. I have been thinking about doing something like later on in the evening, like 8, 9, 10 o'clock, doing a live stream then too, because a lot of people, they miss these during the day because they're at work or they're busy doing something. So some people, I mean, luckily I'll have the replay up for everybody, but I do know that some people do like to are home in the evening, and like that's a better time for some people. So I'm just trying to get this straightened out here. That sounds really cool. Petrochemical. Yeah, petroleum. That sounds really cool. I always liked chemistry. I was actually a chemistry minor in college. I have not really used any chemistry other than to teach some parts of the GED science section occasionally. That sounds cool though. Yeah, I want to help you get your GED. Like that's awesome. We're going. We've got Tina going for the six-figure salary here. That's awesome. Good for you. Good for you. That's really cool. That's really exciting. Okay, Fatima. I scored 151 on a ready test for science, but I failed twice the actual test. What am I doing wrong? Okay, so first of all, sorry to hear that you have failed twice. I know that is always frustrating. So thank you, Fatima, for your question here. So if you scored 151 on the ready test, first of all, you did the right thing by going in to take the test, because some people, they do this thing, and you know what? You've got to do whatever's going to work for you. But some people, they'll get like a 165 on the practice test and they'll think I'm not ready. So then they'll wait another 2 months and keep studying, and they'll forget half the stuff. So good for you. I mean, some people, even if they get a 165 on a practice test, they still don't feel confident enough to take it. And so you got to take your time, but you did the right thing by trying at 151. So Fatima, did you get your score report, or do you have your score report handy? Because I would gladly take a look at some of the topics on the score report and see if I can help you with that, or see if there's something we can do about that. But you made the right call, definitely. I mean, usually if you get a passing score on, if you get a ready to pass score on a GED ready test, it's definitely worthwhile to go and schedule it pretty soon, even if you don't feel 100% sure, because you don't want to forget stuff, because you always risk forgetting stuff if you wait weeks and weeks and weeks. So, I'd be glad if you can think of anything offhand that you remembered being on your test that you didn't get, or you've got a score report handy. Definitely let me know right now, or, another time, and I'll see what I can do. I mean, it could be a couple things. So really, I mean, why do people struggle with the GED? It's a couple things. It could be either one, it could be your knowledge of the material isn't up to par. And since you've already got a 151 on the real test, or on the practice test, I should say, since you've already got a 151 on the practice test, that tells me that you've at least, like, you're getting the basics down of how to do it, definitely. So, I mean, of course, it's always good to keep expanding on your knowledge. It's always good to keep practicing, even if you are getting passing scores on your practice test. But, that might not be the biggest issue, because it sounds like if you did that well on a practice test, then I would say that you're getting the basics down. I mean, some people, I would, question whether or not maybe they just haven't studied enough. Let me post. I'm not sure if you've seen this. So for people who haven't seen my video on like the GED science practice test, posting a link to that down below. And I go through a free GED science practice test like in video, so that you can check that out if you haven't already. That might help you out. And for people that haven't seen that video yet, that should be helpful to help you out there. As far as, could be a couple things going on. I mean, it could be like your knowledge of the material. It could be that you still have some work to do with the content. But I mean, the fact that you got that 151 and the fact that you're already at that 144 on the actual test, that shows me you're really close. So, I mean, it could be, I mean, do you think test taking anxiety is an issue for you? I'm not sure. I don't know if it is or not, obviously, but I mean, for some people, it could be test taking anxiety. It could be, something like that. This is my video on overcoming mental blocks. It's just a short video. I actually am putting together a full program on test taking anxiety, like a full, at least an hour-long video of just techniques and methods to overcome test taking anxiety. It's a project that I have pending. I've got a lot of projects pending because I want to get that language arts, that big language arts thing that I have going on here that I'm working on. My big, huge secret language arts project I keep mentioning. But I don't want to say what it is, because it's going to be a big surprise and it's not done yet. And I think that you guys are going to like it, especially Wong, if Wong is still in the chat. But so, it's possible that really it could be a couple things. It could be your knowledge of the material is not up to par yet, not up to par just yet. You might still need a little bit of work on that, but you seem like you're pretty close. Like you seem like you are in the ballpark with your practice test score at 151 or whatever it was. I think you said it was 151. Yeah. And you got 144. That's a tough break because you got so close with 144. So we know that you're close. Was your second try 144 or what? How close were your scores like on the first and second try? So that's definitely another thing. Is I would love to like help you with your school report. I mean, if you've got that handy, or if you could remember any types of questions like that you didn't get, like balancing chemical equations or something like if you've got anything like that. That you remember, that was on your test that I could help you with, I'd be happy to do that. I mean, for the science, there's those different topic areas that are, and we've got Life Proof on the chat here. Welcome, Life Proof. I know that you've been on there for a little while, talking about some science tips here. And like I said, thank you guys for holding on here. I am going to get through all the questions. I just want to make sure that I don't forget anything here that is important. And so, as far as science goes, I just want to hit on a couple points again about what is big for science. So, I mean, 144, I think it's in the formula. I think it is in the formula where I got lost. So, like questions with formulas, like, do you know if you had questions about like stuff with like temperature, like conversions with like temperatures, like those kind of formulas? I know that they can throw like a variety of different types of stuff like that at you on your test. We could go over something like that. I mean, one is like mean, median, and mode questions. Those will come up on the real science test a lot. Also stuff about, you can get some like genetics questions, like Punnett squares, balancing chemical equations, that kind of thing is also fairly big. Sorry for the static. I was just making sure I didn't lose my microphone. I mean, we could go over like a temperature conversion question in a minute here. Those types of things do come up a lot. Temp, speed, and force. Okay, let me check the other questions real quick, because I know that there are people pending, and I don't want to leave everybody hanging, Fatima. And then we can look at a temperature question here. Speed and force. Okay, we can look at that kind. Yes. Okay, we'll go over that kind of stuff here in just a second. Let me just make sure that before I go off here and right on the board, let me just make sure there's something. If there's anything I can answer right off the bat here, I want to make sure I do that. And so I know that, some of these chats I'm just reading now have been for a while ago, but don't think that I'm not going to address everything here. Tina says that the GED is the only thing keeping you from that goal. Well, I want you to get there, Tina, definitely. Definitely. So we've got Chad, 151 on social studies, 154 on science. So nervous on science test. Chad, are you talking about like 154 on science, or like on a practice test, or on the real thing? Are you saying you're nervous for your science test coming up, or were you saying you were nervous when you took it? Sometimes the texts here are small, so I don't always see it. I remember, Chad, you said that you were taking your language arts soon on the 16th, which you've still got some time. You know what, actually, I'll make sure that my video definitely everyone listening right now, I'm sure I'm preaching the choir because if you guys are on this chat with me, I'm sure a lot of you guys are subscribed. But if you guys want to subscribe, hit your notification bell because, like I said, I'm going to have a big GED language arts video that will be out this week. It's almost done. And I think it's going to be really helpful for people. So for everyone that's going, especially Chad, I know you were saying you're taking your language arts test on the 16th, I think you said. So, I mean, that's going to be done maybe this weekend. As soon as I get to it, maybe I'll work on it later tonight. I'm not sure yet. But let's see. Can you life proof? Can you go to college without getting in the GED college ready range? Yes, you can. Yeah, you still definitely can. So if you don't score in the GED in the college ready range, you definitely can. The only reason why that would matter, I mean, it's beneficial if you score in that range for a couple reasons. Like number one, you can test out of remedial tests and you can be exempt from them, so that kind of saves you time and saves you hassle. It can also help you test out of like certain remedial classes. I mean, not remedial tests, remedial classes and placement tests you might be able to get out of, but you certainly can as long as you get passing scores on the GED. Yeah, just like in high school, like you got GED's high school equivalency diploma. With a high school diploma, you can apply for college. You can apply for college with the GED. You just have to check on individual schools. So what I always tell people that are interested in college is make a list of schools that you want to apply to, and definitely you can call their office of admissions or you can check on their websites. A lot of times they don't have GED information readily available on their websites for some reason. You may be able to still apply just with your GED. It might need you to take the SAT or something like that. It just depends. Or you might have to do some other placement tests and stuff like that, like I said. But another route is community college. A lot of people do get the GED. They go to community college first, and that's actually a great way to do it because you're going to save money because community college classes are a lot cheaper, sometimes half as expensive actually as four-year school. So you would save money, and it's a good way to get your feet wet and to get work on basic study skills and work on getting in the flow of college classes. And if you do really well, if you go to community college and you get all A's or mostly all A's, like you'll have no trouble transferring to a four-year school. It depends where it is. I mean, it depends. Like if you want to go to like a really prestigious school, then it might be difficult for you unless you've got basically like if you want to go to a really prestigious school, like from a community college, you would need to get almost all A's, and you would need to hopefully get like letters of recommendation, like from somebody like at the school, like a professor or somebody that you can hopefully impress that can help you out there. I mean, I've known students that did amazing things, like went from community college, got into Johns Hopkins, which is one of the greatest schools in the world, and I mean, not everybody wants to do that. Not everybody needs to do that. Not everybody can do that. So, I mean, if you just want to get into a four-year college, you can, as soon as you get your GED done, you can call the college you're interested in, just ask them, go on their website, find the office of admissions phone number for wherever it is, call them and just ask them, just tell them you want to apply. I got my GED. What do I need to do? Let's do this. Let's make it happen. And, they'll tell you if you can apply directly with that. If not, then, community college would be the next route. And like I said, there's definitely benefits to doing that. I mean, you save money. You can get A's, and sometimes you can even it's easier to work, like depending on your schedule if you have to work. I mean, so that's a great route too, because then you spend a year or two at community college, then you transfer to a four-year school. You might even have a year or two at a four-year school, and you're done. And so half that time you saved a lot of money. I mean, I did that initially. Well, I didn't start at community college, but I started out at like a state school that like practically had open enrollment. I mean, it was like 85% acceptance rate, so most people like got in there, and I was there for a year or two. I saved a lot of money by doing it. Then I transferred to a much more expensive school, and like I saved a lot of money by doing that. So that's always a good thing. I mean, if you start at community college or start at a school that's not as prestigious as a school you want to end up at, you can always do that. But I mean, but you don't need those college ready scores. They only they'll save you time and money, but it doesn't mean you can't go to college without it. Okay, I'm just checking the chat here. Okay, so we had a question. Okay, so I apologize if I butcher how to pronounce your name. So sometimes people, if you don't hear me giving you a shout out or if you don't hear me saying your name, it's because I don't want to pronounce it wrong and I don't want to put you on the spot. So if I don't pronounce a name, then that's why, because you'll hear me give shout outs to Life Proof and to Tina, Fatima. But so is it Sushant Girl? Sorry if I butcher how to pronounce that. So I have been watching your questions here and I have been making sure I'm addressing it. But the reason I haven't given you a shout out is because I didn't know if I was pronouncing that correctly or not. But I know that you were asking Fatima about how similar the real test is here. So let me just read this because this might be beneficial to other people that are watching. And so Fatima says, for everybody watching, that from her experience, the practice test was very similar to the test. And that does tend to be the case. I mean, if you take enough of those GED ready practice tests, you'll probably see almost the exact same questions. Now, they might, obviously, they're probably going to switch up the numbers, but the same, like some people who take like 2 or 3 or even 4, 5, 6, some people do, of those GED ready practice tests, like you will tend to see like the same types of questions like on the real test. You might not see the same numbers, but like you'll see that you will, like if you do enough of those GED ready practice tests. I mean, they're $6 a piece, so like it can get costly after a while, but they're definitely worth it, because like after a while you will start to see very similar questions, even the same question with just the numbers change or slightly different wording. I mean, that's really is the number one thing is practice, practice, practice. I know multiple people have said it so far. I mean, that's why it's so valuable to get yourself a book with a lot of practice problems that have good solutions that are actually going to explain it to you, because just practice. If you practice enough and do enough practice problems, you're going to learn it. Doing practice problems it takes more effort than just watching a video. So, the more effort you put in, the more it's going to stick in your head and stick in your memory. And so, I mean, if you do enough practice, like you're going to eventually, you're going to see those types of questions on the test, and you're going to recognize them, and you are going to succeed with those questions. Oh yeah, Life Proof here is talking about. Okay, I remember them having this chart where you put a little R or R based on what traits you receive. Yeah, you're talking about Punnett squares. If you guys want, we can look at a Punnett square question as well. Those are interesting. We can look at how to do that too. Those can get fun. Those are, a lot of people have trouble with those, and I can see why, because it is confusing. That definitely comes up. Yeah, we've got food chain. Another big topic on GED science is photosynthesis. Actually, that comes up a lot. Photosynthesis is another big topic to understand on the science test. So make sure that you know photosynthesis. I mean, or at least you don't have to memorize anything. It's not a memorization test, but like, it is important to understand like the basics about what it is. Like you have carbon dioxide and you have water, and you put light to it, and you end up with sugar, and you end up with oxygen. It's oversimplification, but it's oversimplification of photosynthesis. I mean, I've got in my GD practice test, which I'll put another link to because we've got people popping in and out here. But I mean, I've got a couple different questions where I do talk about photosynthesis, and that's something you can Google. But I mean, those questions come up a lot. Often you can't, I can't guarantee it, but you don't have to memorize, but that does come up. But those food chain is big. Yeah, the food chain, like there's the pyramid where they talk about, the different levels. That comes up a lot. Also, we'll have, those questions like Fatima was asking about temp and speed, which we'll get to in a second. Trying to pass math in LA before the 25th. Yeah, you've got some time, Life Proof. You've got some time still, I would say, at least. I mean, you've got most of the month here. Community college, awesome, right on. Yeah, that's a good, yeah, definitely. I mean, I mean, I had no clue what I wanted to do when I started college. A lot of people don't. I mean, I mean, you go there, take classes, and hopefully you'll figure out something that you like just by doing that. I mean, you often don't know until you try. I mean, you might think, hey, I hate history, or I hate this, or I hate that, I hate math, I hate science, whatever, and then you end up saying, I don't really like math, but you end up taking a class on computer science, and you say, hey, I like computers, so I'm going to go with this. I mean, I've had multiple students, actually, a lot of GED students of mine have gone on to do something with computer science or computer engineering. That's actually seems to be a pretty popular thing to do with GEDs, actually, at least for my students that I've had. The first student I ever worked with ended up going to school for computer engineering. And so, I mean, a lot of people, they think that they're bad at math, and they've never been good at math. And all of a sudden, they think, well, I want to be a computer engineer badly, so badly that, they figure out a way to get through the math. I mean, that happens for some people. Okay, so let me go over temperature stuff quickly here, because I know that Fatima had a question about that. So let me go over that, how to do that. So basically, and you won't have to know like the formulas for that on the test. They'll be given to you. But like you might get something like this. Let me show you what I mean here. So like, for example, you might be given a formula like this. All right, so I'm writing TC here, and C means Celsius. So I'm talking about temperature in degrees Celsius. So a formula you might get would be, and they'll give you these formulas. temperature in degrees Celsius is equal to the temperature of degrees Fahrenheit, okay, minus 32 times 5 over 9. And you won't have to memorize this, but this thing does come up a lot. All right, and so they might give you like a formula like this. They'll say temperature Celsius is equal to temperature Fahrenheit minus 32 times 5 over 9. And they might give it to you the other way. They might give you the temperature Fahrenheit, and they might ask you to convert it to Celsius. So this is a formula that you can use, all right, to find the temperature in Celsius or to find it in Fahrenheit. So if you want to find the temperature in Celsius, let's say that you're given a temperature in Fahrenheit. Like let's say that you're given like 80, for example. Like, so let's say we've got 80 degrees, okay, in temperature Fahrenheit, and we want to find what the temperature is in Celsius. So all you would do here, all right, so we've got TC, that's temperature Celsius. So for temperature Fahrenheit, you would just substitute that in. So if we've got 80 degrees Fahrenheit, we want to figure out what that is in Celsius. You just see where it says TF in the formula. And again, you'll be given that formula on your test, and you just plug that in here. So you'd have your 80 minus your 32 times 5 over 9. And hopefully you guys remember from your PEMDAS, your order of operations rules, right? It's please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. We've got parentheses. We've got, you know, those rules where you start with the parentheses, right? So we would do what's in the parentheses first. So we do 80 minus 32. If anybody is confused about what I mean by PEMDAS or the order of operations rules, we can touch on that. It's please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. That is parentheses and then exponents and square roots, then multiplication, division, and addition and subtraction. And the addition and subtraction order is not really that important. But anyway, so we would first do the parentheses. So 80 minus 32 is going to be 48. So we would be left with temperature Celsius is equal to 48. And we are still multiplying this, right? So temperature Celsius is equal to 48, and that's still multiplied by 5 over 9. And my cat is... We have another guest appearance, everybody. We've got Tommy back on here for another guest appearance. And we're up to 15 thumbs up. Thank you, whoever that was that bumped us up to 15. Big champion shout out. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me. And so Tommy wanted to make another guest appearance here. Could give him the marker and see if he wants to teach. But we might actually... Folks, we might have the first cat to ever pass the GED here because he listens to me teach. He listens to my live streams. He popped in on the last live stream. And so, you know, he hears enough of this information. We might have the first cat ever to pass the GED right here. Okay, thank you for correcting me on, so Sush Ant, is that how you pronounce it? Thank you for correcting me. I do apologize for not being able to pronounce that correctly here. But anyway, so basically what we would do here, I got distracted because Tommy wanted to make a guest appearance, so I figured I'd give him his own feature and make sure that we got him on the camera. And so basically, so you get it down to this point, right? We've got 48 times 5, and we've got a 9 down there. So there's a couple of like ways you could do this. So you could do 48 divided by 9 first, or you could do 45 times 5 and then divide it by 9. I mean, it doesn't really matter. And I have my calculator off screen here. So you would do 48 times 5. Which would be 240, all right, and then you could then we would divide that by 9, which is going to give us a strange number here. So let me rewrite this here. So let's say we do 48 times 5. So temperature Celsius would be equal to 240. Divide that by 9, and so if you use a calculator, you figure out that the answer would be about 26.7 degrees. So that's an example of how you would do one of these temperature conversion problems here. And so the main thing is that you will get the formula. You're not going to have to memorize this. They might give it to you on your formula sheet too. I don't think they usually give it to you on your formula sheet. They usually give that to you in the they usually give that to you in the question itself, right? So in the question, like they'll say, you know, given 80 degrees, how do you find the 80 degrees Fahrenheit? How do you find the temperature in Celsius, or vice versa? So, you know, you would just use this formula here and you just plug in, like we started with 80 degrees Fahrenheit and we plug that in. So if anybody has any more questions about that example here, just let me know. But that's just an example of how you would go from temperature in Fahrenheit to temperature in Celsius. Those questions do come up on your science test. So that's a formula. If anyone wants to jot it down in your notes, you don't necessarily need to memorize that, but you can. You are welcome to memorize it if you want to. It's but you don't have to. You'll be given it. But some people like to memorize stuff just so they have it handy. I don't know that it's necessarily going to be the most helpful, but some people do like to do that. So another thing is like the force. So what you need to know here, and this is a great example of a question. So questions about force are actually, they sound a lot trickier than they are, and they make them unnecessarily complicated. But this is the equation for force, and you don't have to memorize this either. But I just want to illustrate a point here. So we have force equals mass times acceleration, okay? And so what you need to know here is that if we hold, let's say we hold our acceleration constant, meaning we're not going to change the acceleration, okay? Say we don't change acceleration, all right? The m and the f, okay, are what's called directly proportional, okay? If we hold a constant, f and m are going to be directly proportional, and that's a fancy way of saying, so if we double m, we also double f, okay? Same with f. If we double f, m would also double, okay, if we hold a constant, okay? So now, the same would apply. Let's say that we hold m constant. So say that we have a constant mass and we don't change the mass. So let's say, for example, you've got a shopping cart and you take a bunch of dumbbells for like weightlifting, pumping iron, or you take a bunch of books or whatever. Let's use books. You put a bunch of books in the shopping cart, okay? You push the shopping cart while you're walking, okay? Then you push it even harder and let it go. The shopping cart is going to go faster. But the mass has stayed the same because you still have the same number of books in it, okay? So let's say we hold the mass constant, but we change the acceleration. So if the mass is constant, then what you need to know is that the acceleration and the force are directly proportional, okay? And that's a fancy way of saying that if we double the force, the acceleration will also double. And if we double that, the force will also double. Now, if we triple it, all right, if we triple acceleration, force will triple, okay? It's because they're directly proportional. And the reason that this works is if we hold the m constant. If we don't hold the m constant, it's going to be, okay, it's not going, the whole relationship won't hold true as the way I'm explaining it right now. But basically, that's what you need to know. So anytime when you see, numbers on the opposite sides of the equal sign like this, okay, if one is held constant, so for example, like we see that f and m are on opposite sides of our equal sign here, okay, they are directly proportional, okay, same with f and a, okay, these are directly proportional, all right, if the other number is held constant, okay. So now what about m and a? Well, m and a are what we would call inversely proportional. So if these are on the same side of the equal sign here, so these are inversely proportional. Okay, and so what that means is, so say if we hold force constant, so that's only true if we hold the force constant. So let's say force is constant, so meaning like we're pushing a shopping cart now through a grocery store. So let's say you've got a bag of groceries in your shopping cart, okay? So mass is just like, think of it as weight. They're not exactly the same thing, but just think of it that way. So you have a bunch of groceries in your cart, and we're not changing the mass of the groceries. We have the same amount of groceries in, okay? Now, if you push harder, okay, what's going to happen, okay? It's going to go faster, right? So if you push the cart faster, if you put more force in, the cart's going to move faster if the mass stays the same, all right? So that's why these are directly proportional, like I just said that. But the mass and the acceleration, if we keep the force the same, all right, the mass and the acceleration are inversely proportional. So conceptually, what this means here is that if you're pushing a shopping cart, say, with the same amount of force, you don't change the force, okay? But let's say somebody throws, more groceries into your cart. If we increase the mass of what's in the cart, say we throw books in and say we throw dumbbells in, if we increase the mass, okay, and you're pushing with constant force, what's going to happen? Okay, is the cart going to slow down, or is it going to go faster? Well, the cart's going to slow down because your acceleration is going to decrease. So if you apply the same force, if we hold the force constant, so again, we've got that shopping cart. We're pushing the shopping cart with the same amount of force. We don't change the force, okay? Force is constant. But if we increase the mass, if somebody comes along and just keeps throwing stuff into your shopping cart, the mass in the shopping cart goes up and up and up. It gets heavier and heavier. Your acceleration is going to go down. You're not going to be able to push as fast, okay? It's not going to accelerate to the same speed if you've got the same force, okay? And so, so those are the basic like relationships that you would want to understand, okay? What is, directly proportional and what is inversely proportional, because you're going to get questions like that on your test, okay? You probably will. It depends on what version of the test that you get. But for these force questions, like, they might ask you, like, if we hold the mass constant, if, the force is quadrupled, what happens to the acceleration? So does anybody on the chat right now, and anybody on the chat right now want to tell us? So if, let's say that, let's say we triple the force, okay, and the acceleration is constant, what happens to the mass? Any takers here? Don't be shy. Any takers? Okay, we'll go over this. So if we triple the force and we hold the acceleration constant, the mass will also triple. Okay, so let's put some numbers to this just quickly. So let's just say that we're going to hold our acceleration constant. Or you know what? Let's make it more fun. Let's say that we hold the mass constant, okay? Let's say that you've got, I don't know, you've got 10 pounds worth of stuff, say, in the shopping cart, just hypothetically, okay? And let's say we're going at a speed of, I don't know, you could do, miles per hour, but that would be insanely slow. You could do feet per second, whatever it is. Let's just, we're not going to worry about the units, but let's just say our acceleration, for example, is, let's just say 3, okay? So what's the force going to be here? Well, we would just do 10 times 3, which is just going to be 30 here. Okay, so now let's say we keep the mass the same, so we don't change the mass, but we double the acceleration. So watch what happens here. So we keep the mass the same, so the mass is still 10. We double our acceleration. So we double 3. 3 times 2 is going to be 6. Okay? So the mass is the same, but we have doubled our acceleration. So what do we get now? Well, 10 times 6 is 60. Okay? So do you see what's happened here? So what you need to, the takeaway here is that, if we hold the mass constant, which we have here, and my cat is scratching. I don't know if the mic, which is right here, is picking that up or not. But, this is a very realistic simulation for the test, because if you're testing and you hear booming and banging and music and stuff going on, or cats mewing in the background, you might have to be able to focus during that. That's a joke. But anyway, so back to what we're doing here. We've got our mass constant. We've got 10. We've got 10. The acceleration started at 3. 10 times 3 gave us a force of 30. Now, when we doubled our acceleration, so we doubled it, so the 3 became a 6, okay? We kept our mass the same. The mass was still 10. Look what happened. Our force also doubled. The force was 30. It became 60. 30 times 2 is 60. If we double 30, we get 60. All right, so that's the kind of thought process that you want to have. But it all goes back to really understanding, yep, it understands. Yep, it goes up. Yep, we're getting it in the chat down below. We have questions about absolute value, but that's basically, and this applies for any question. It's not just like the force equals mass times acceleration. This is true for if we do distance equals rate times time, okay? I mean, if you hold the rate constant, let's say you don't change the rate, if you triple the time, you're tripling the distance, okay? I mean, they're directly proportional, okay? I mean, if we hold, the D and the T are directly proportional. They're on opposite sides of the equal sign, okay? I mean, it's the same. These two equations here, they're different equations, but they're both of the same form. And now we've got F equals M times A. Here we've got D equals RT. I mean, they're the same type of thing here. It's just understanding these relationships. If we hold the distance constant, all right, if we hold distance constant, if we double R, T is going to get cut in half, okay? That's, because these two numbers are what's called inversely proportional, meaning if we, quadruple R, then we have to divide T by 4 to keep the distance the same, because distance is constant, that type of thing. All right. So if you guys get that, you guys are really on the right track, because that's kind of that's the kind of conceptual thinking that really, I mean, they really that's kind of a deeper level of understanding. It's not really that hard. It is pretty simple, but it oftentimes reading a textbook, students just from reading a textbook, they don't understand this directly proportional and inversely proportional. Hopefully you guys understand now what I mean. I've seen you guys, Life Proof, a couple other people maybe. I've just been glancing at the chat. You guys have been on top of this. So that's the kind of thinking, because you might get questions about that kind of thing on your test here. Okay. Yes, okay, so the brackets. Okay, that's absolute value. So going back to math here. So, yeah, let's talk about absolute values here. Okay, so the absolute value sign, it just looks like brackets here like this, okay? And it just looks like, yeah, people usually call them brackets. I call them brackets because that's exactly what they look like here. And so what happens is the absolute value of a number is always going to be positive. So let's say if we've got the absolute value of -4, okay? The answer is just 4, okay? So yeah, so if we do, let's say we've got -58 in here. All right, so let's put negative, we do -58. Okay, so yes, the answer would just be 58. The absolute value of that is just 58. And really the definition of the absolute value, or the definition that most people are taught is that the absolute value is 0. All right, so it's the distance away from 0. So it's not, when we talk about absolute value, we're really not concerned about negative numbers and negative signs. That doesn't tell us anything, because we're interested in that distance away from 0. So let's show you what I mean by that. So let's just make a little number line here and use your imagination. Pretend that's a straight line, because the marker and the board and plus my handwriting make it look crooked here. But let's say that this is a 0 here. Okay, this is 1. Let's say this is 2. Okay, and I don't have much room, so we're just going to keep this really simple. We've got here -1. We've got here -2. Okay, so if I give you a question and I say, what's the absolute value of -2? Okay, the fast way to just do it is to just remember, well, you know what? The absolute value of -2, that's just, whatever's in the brackets becomes positive. So it's just 2. All right. And if that's all you remember is that what's in the brackets, okay, whatever in these brackets or whatever in the absolute value symbol, if all you remember is that that becomes positive, then you know what? You're already going to probably get most of the absolute value questions right on the GED just by remembering that. So if that's all you remember, then, you already are ahead of the game, but you might have to take it a little bit further, and especially the number line questions. So I wanted to explain, when I say the absolute value is the number, it's the distance away from 0, what does that really mean? Well, what it means here is that if you start, let's say, I do give you the absolute value of 2, okay, of -2. So where is -2 on our number line? -2 is right here. So let's say we start at 0, okay, and we travel. We go to -1, we keep going into -2, so we stop at -2. Okay, so how far away from 0 have we gone? How many steps did we take away from 0? Well, we went from 0 to -1, that's 1 step. We went from -1 to -2, that's 2 steps. So the distance away from 0 is 2. So that's why the answer is 2. All right. So that's why that is. The reason that the absolute value, even if you put a negative number in the brackets, it's positive, is because we're just concerned about the distance away from 0. And so like I showed you here, the distance away from 0, all right, of -2 is just 2, because we take 2 steps. We go -1, -2. It doesn't matter that we went to -2. It just matters how many steps did we take from 0. So that's why, and that's why that would be. Okay. So the only other thing about absolute value that you do need to know, that this can get tricky, is you treat it just like you would like normal order of operations questions. Like you can treat this like a parenthesis. So in the order of operations rules, which I'd be happy to cover earlier. And Francisco says hello to all. Hey, Francisco, thank you so much for joining us. I remember you from before. I remember you being on the last live chats. And as always, I will get through all of these questions here. I'll make sure that we address all of these questions here. So I'm just taking time to explain the questions as they pop up here. So if I haven't gotten to your question yet, just keep going and I'll make sure that I get it. But anyway, so let's say we have something like this, like we have, say, -2, and these are very simple numbers because I'm literally making this up as we go. And like, I want you guys to get the basic concept down, because if you get the basic concept down, just take your calculator and plug the fancier numbers in your calculator, right? It's not, it's not that much harder. You just have to get the basics. And I am making this up off the top of my head here. So let's say we've got -2 times, okay, times 3 here, for example, let's say, okay. So we know that -2 times 3 is -6, right? Okay, so if we do -2 times 3, all right, we would then rewrite this as the absolute value of -6. However, the answer is still 6, okay? So hopefully that makes sense. So whatever goes in the absolute value becomes negative. All right, so let's take this a step forward now. So let's say that I put a negative sign right here, and this is where it can get trickier, okay? So let's say that I put a negative sign out here, okay? Then what's the answer, all right? Well, remember, like I said, all right, you always do what's inside of the absolute value first. So let's do that. So let's keep our negative sign here, and let's rewrite this like we just did. -2 times 3 is -6, okay? And so the absolute value of -6 just becomes 6, right? So let's say we've got this negative sign here. All right, and the absolute value of -6 is just 6. But since we still have that negative sign there, the answer would actually be -6. Okay, so do you see how I did that? Does everybody understand how I did that? Because that's the only thing that can get a little bit confusing for people is yeah, you do whatever is in the absolute value, okay? It's going to be always, it will become a positive number, all right? But if there's like a negative sign out here or something like that, you'll have to take that into consideration as like you normally would. So that's why when we got the +6, we then had to multiply by that negative sign. All right, so there's that. And then like the only other thing is like, Yeah, don't make a -2 a +2. So what some people might do, like when they see like absolute value of -2 times 3, they might think, oh, well, the -2, that becomes, positive. So they would change it to 2 times 3. And well, that will still give you +6. That's actually not the correct way to do it. You still want to, so don't change a negative sign until after the fact. So like I said, you start with what's inside of the absolute value. So just look at the -2 times 3 first, and just do it like you normally would. So imagine the absolute value is not there. Okay, you would just do -2 times 3. Okay, so that's the first step in -6. And then once you've done that, then you change the -6 to a +6. So like, don't make the mistake of starting with something like -2 times 3 and saying, oh, it's in the absolute value, so let me just, make that a positive, because for multiplication, it's not going to matter, but it will matter, okay, for addition and subtraction. Like if you've got a question like, -2 minus 2 minus 1 or something like that, and you're asked to give the absolute value of this, okay, what some people might try to do is they might say, well, this is in the absolute value, so let me just turn these all to positive. So they'd say, well, 2 plus 2, and that would give you a completely different answer. So you would just have to do -2 minus 2 minus 1, okay? And then you'd have to see what that gives you. So you got -4, and then you've got, okay, so we would, then from there, like your final answer would then be a positive answer here. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. All right, does anybody want me to finish that problem out? So just to finish the problem out here, so let's just do it anyway. So -2 minus 2 minus 1. So we would end up with -5, right? And so then from there, it would just, the answer would just be 5, all right? Because we would have, because we're going from -2 minus 2. And so whenever you do this, like whenever you do a negative minus another negative, the way I think of it is you just add the numbers and put a negative sign in front of it, right? So if we just had -2 minus 2, we would just say, well, 2 plus 2 is 4, and then just put a negative sign there. That's how I remember it anyway. So anyway, that's how we would do it. But yes, absolute value of -5 is just equal to 5. Okay. Yes, exactly. Exactly. You're getting it. Yep. That's right. Yep, exactly. You guys have this. I just want to reiterate. That's just the point, is to just do all of this, like treat this like -2 minus 2 and then minus 1. And then after you've done all that work, then you make it yeah, you've got it. Yeah, then you make it positive. Okay, so that's how you get those questions right. All right. Um, so that's pretty much all you need to know about absolute value that I can remember off the top of my head. So let me review our chat here and see. Okay. And if anyone's got more questions, I'm regrouping on the chat right now. So just pop them in down below, and I'll be happy to answer them as I review. And if I've missed any questions that you've been waiting for a while for me to answer, just pop that down below, and I'll take another look at it. As we approach hour number 3 here, man, that was a fast 2 hours and 45 minutes, man. I don't know where that time went. It seems like I just popped on here. Thank you guys so much for being here and for staying here. I'm really hopeful that I can give everybody at least something that will help them with their test, even if it's just one thing that you can take away from this, as long as it helps you. That's really what I want to do. So everybody that's watching this right now, you guys are more than welcome to just listen. I'm so glad you guys are here with me live, but you can just listen. Of course, that's great, and see what kind of other questions people have. But if you've got questions that you want answered, don't hesitate to put it down below, okay? And I will make sure that we cover it, even if I'm here till 10 o'clock tonight or later. I want to make sure all questions get answered. But I really want to make sure today that everybody that is on here asking questions can come away with at least one thing that they didn't know before, one thing that they can use. Hopefully more than one thing, hopefully 10 things or 12 things or more, right? If I do my job well, as many things as possible. But that's, my goal is to at least make sure that everybody is getting stuff that they can take away and use in their own studying, because that's really that's why I do this. I want to help people pass the GED here. So we had those questions about absolute value, and I am just regrouping here on the chat here. And I will double back around. So, I appreciate your patience for those people that are waiting for me to address their questions. And like I said, if I missed anybody's questions or comments or something that you did want me to respond to that was a little while ago that is gone now in the chat, just post it down below again. And I'll make sure that I do see that. Let me see here. Yeah, so for density, right, the formula for density is going to, it's kind of strange because usually I just know from like other like general sciences, I don't know how they present it on the GED. I'm imagining it's the same way, but density, they usually use a P symbol, which is kind of strange because you think it would be a D, but they'll usually do like density, and that's equal to mass divided by volume. And so the exact same ideas apply, but is a little bit of a caveat. It's a little bit different because now we've got this V down here and we've got this M down here, okay? So in order to keep things consistent, like what I would do is I would take this V out of your denominator here because the way it works is the the P. Okay, this is something I didn't touch on in the when we were talking about the force equals mass times acceleration, but because really, like, remember when I had that force equals ma? Okay, so like really, what I could do is like we could like divide by a or something like that, and we would end up with a similar situation. I mean, it's not exactly the same. And then we could do like we would end up with like 1/m a over f. I'm just running through this to see if we can make this the same. Yeah, because if okay, so no, it's not exactly. It's similar, but anyway, they're not as close as they look. But anyway, the exact same principle will apply. The way to make this look exactly the same as it was before um, would be, so we've got this V down here, right? The V, which stands for the volume, okay? And so what we would do is, we would just treat this like we would in algebra. So we want to move this, let's move the V over to this side of the equation. So we don't want to have any fractions here. Let's get this out of here. So what we would do is we multiply by V on both sides of the equation. And the reason we do that is because we see we've got M divided by V. And so to get rid of division, we need to do multiplication because multiplication and division are opposites or reciprocal, two words for the same thing. So V divided by V is just 1. So we would then be left with 1 times M, which we don't care about because 1, we don't usually write it there. So then we're left with P times V equals M, okay? And so in that case, we're left with let me rewrite the original density formula that I had up here, which was density, or P, which is kind of funny to use a P for density, but that's the way they usually do it. All right, equals M over V. And so really, once you have the equation, like you get rid of the fraction, you multiply the V up here. This is the exact same thing, literally, as what we were just doing, basically. I mean, it looks a little different, but it is the exact same concept. What I mean by that is, so again, like let's say if we hold density constant, okay? So density, if we hold that the same, all right, if we, the volume and the mass are going to be directly proportional again, okay? So, for example, let's say it's the same principle here again. So let's say if we hold V constant, right? If we hold V constant, so let's say that we don't change the volume, right? Okay, the mass, if we hold V constant, all right, if we take the density, if we increase the density, okay, then, we're also increasing M. So if we double M, P also doubles and vice versa. If we cut M in half, then P would also be cut in half and vice versa because they're directly proportional, okay? And so, I mean, what you can do is like you can remember that there's two ways to think about it. So P and V, all right, if we hold the mass the same, P and V are inversely proportional. So like if I double P, then we cut V in half, all right? Same thing, if we triple V, then we have to divide P by 3. Okay, so we see that the P and the V are inversely proportional. So I usually think it's easier to remember it this way, to say, hey, well, if they're both on the same side of the equal sign, then they're inversely proportional. But if they're on the opposite sides of the equal sign, right, then they are directly proportional. So like, for example, V and M are on other sides of the equal sign. So I think it's easier to remember that they're directly proportional. But some people will look at it this way. Like they'll just be able to look at this and they'll say, okay, we have the P here. V is in the denominator, so V is inversely proportional to P. I mean, that if you can remember it that way, that's fine. I mean, that's how you would do it. Okay, I mean, so here we can see that, what, P and M, okay, they're on opposite sides of the equal sign, and they're both in the numerator of the fraction, okay, which any number or any symbol, you can always write it over 1, but we don't usually do it. But so, like, if the P and the M are both in the numerator and their fractions, respectively, they're on opposite sides of the equal sign, so they're directly proportional. And you can look and say, well, the V is down in the denominator, so that means it's inversely proportional to P over here, but the V is directly proportional to M, all right? And so hopefully that, that makes sense. And so here's another like mathematical concept that's really, really, really important to understand. So So we know that P and V are inversely proportional. So if the denominator of the fraction is a bigger number, okay, P is going to be a smaller number, okay? So, like, for example, like if the volume here, like if we make this, if we start this off at 100 and we make it 1,000, this number is going to go down, all right, because of that. All right, so that's just another mathematical concept to understand, but that's basically, it is really similar concept. And a lot of people, like, it's just, that's not really made clear in any prep books, at least that I've seen. Some people pick it up from like a prep book or something, but for some reason it's just, they don't really, they just, sometimes it doesn't always come through. So hopefully that answers your question. My cat is going haywire back there. Okay, let me catch up here. Sebastian says, real help, dude, thanks. Awesome, Sebastian. Thank you so much for being here. Happy to have you here. Biological family. Yeah, regarding blue eyes and biological family. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. So you're talking about like maybe like I'm thinking something with genetics like Punnett square type of thing. Yeah. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I think I see what you mean here. So basically, like these questions, I don't know why they put this on the GED, because this is something that like college students like would have to know, not so much. I mean, I guess they do teach this in high school, but I don't really see what the point is. But like this kind of thing where we would have like, for example, like maybe like two lowercase, like two little p's, and I put a little line here to show that this is a lowercase p, and like one big P and like one little p, like that type of thing. Where like these are eye colors, like yeah, genotype and phenotype, that type of thing. Which that stuff is, yeah, that's, I don't know why they ask that on the GED. I mean, I guess it makes sense because they do teach it in high school science, but I mean, like, genetics is such a big field that it's kind of like makes it kind of strange. But like, let's say that, so basically the way that like you would approach like these types of questions is like, let's say we're talking about plants here. Okay, my cat is really making noise in the background. Hopefully that's not coming on here. So let's say we're talking about like plants here. So these are basically we've got alleles here, okay? So these P's are like different alleles. It's just a fancy word. And so the different combinations are going to produce different phenotypes, for example. So like, let's say if we've got like big P, okay, we've got two dominant alleles here. Let's say that the plant color would be purple, okay? So this would be called homozygous dominant, because we've got two of the same allele here, all right? And these are both the big alleles, the capital P. So that's called homozygous dominant. And so if we've got a mix of like the big P's and the little P's, that's what we call the heterozygous condition. So this is our heterozygous condition because we've got a mix of the big P and the little p. But that's still going to give us purple, okay? And so let's say that, we're talking about, for example, like I said, we're talking about a plant here where it's going to have purple flowers, okay, if it's got either of these combinations of alleles. So from like the father and from the mother, okay, from the parents, right? So each parent contributes an allele, and these are just the different combinations. So if we've got, and I'm going to make my little p's with a line here so I'm talking about little p's. So the only way that we can get white, okay, let's say is like two little p's. So like little p, okay. So let's say little p, let's say that is white, okay, or colorless, we could say. So in order for the child, right, or for the offspring to have color, to have the purple color, it needs to inherit two dominant alleles, or one dominant allele and one recessive, okay? And so like I said, this is the heterozygous condition. This is homozygous recessive. Homozygous, it's got the two little p's here, right? It's got the two traits for colorless, right? It's got the two recessive traits here, okay, but there's two of them, so that's why we would call it homozygous, all right? And now we're down to 5 people on the chat, so this is probably boring a lot of people, but this is semi-important to know. But basically, so the way it will work here is, you would say, they would usually tell you, like, you've got, like, for example, like, you've got, like, a heterozygous plant. So you've got, like, a big P, little p. So you put your big P, little p right here. And then you've got, you've got two little p's over here. So you'll usually like be able to figure this out from the question. Like they'll usually they might show you something like this, like in the question, right? And so basically, like you just look at the different combinations here, okay? And like, so let's say that we've got, right? So, and so this could be like the dad. The dad's got a big P and a little p. The mom's got two little p's. So the different combinations that are possible, you've got big P, little p, little p, little p, big P, little p, and little p, little p, okay? So what is the probability of getting a white offspring, right? Of getting a white or a colorless flower, okay? Well, if we get this little p, we know that that's going to be a white offspring, okay? The flower color, right? And so we've got two chances of that happening, right? So there's four different outcomes here, right? We see four different combinations of alleles here. So we've got four outcomes total, and there are two cases of having that homozygous recessive condition, which again, that's these two recessive traits. So we've got 2 out of 4. So the chance of having a flower, of the flower being an offspring that has white flowers, would be 2 out of 4, which is half. So hopefully that kind of explains how you would do that. But the basic thing is that you've got to just understand these combinations, right? And like this will be different depending on which question you get. This is just an example, but you just have to life proof is saying that he had this. It's 100% on the test. Yeah, this. It may or may not be on your test, but yeah, life proof is saying it was on his test. So we definitely get tests like this. Okay, so if you missed this will be on the replay too. Okay, so to repeat it, okay, so let me just break it down quickly here. So basically, we're talking about, in this example, we're talking about flowers, okay? And so we're talking about flower colors. So let's say we've got 2 plants, all right? And the plants are going to reproduce. So plants have asexual reproduction. And so the plants can produce an offspring, okay? And humans, we would call it a child, like a baby. But in plants, so we're going to cross, 2 different plants, and the offspring can be either white, the flowers can be white, or the flowers can be red or purple. So in the baby plant or the offspring, it can either be purple or it can be white. And so we want to, let's say we want to find the probability of these 2 parents having a purple offspring, for example. So you would need to know what all the symbols mean, and this is something, usually this should be pretty obvious to you in the question, and they might even give you this box here, but basically you have to know that. Okay, so each parent is going to put forth 1 allele. So all these P's here are what we call alleles, okay? And so each parent, so let's say that this is like the one parent. So this is parent 1. So parent 1 puts forth a big P allele and a little p allele. And, the second parent puts in a little p and a little p, okay? And so we got to look at the different combinations here. So these all would represent different outcomes for the plant, okay? So if the plant ends up getting a big P and a big P, it's going to be a purple. All right. If it gets a big P and a little p, it's also going to be purple. Okay. But if it gets little p and it gets little p, it's going to be white. Okay. So the only way we can get a plant with white colors is if we get little p and little p. Okay. Because this big P is what's called the dominant allele. So if we have 2 big P's, we've got 2 dominant alleles, we get a purple. If we've got 1 big P and 1 little p, the dominant allele is going to override this recessive allele. Okay, and so that's why we would also get purple. But if we've got these 2 recessive alleles, we would get white. Okay, so that's the first thing you have to understand here. And then the second thing is we look at the combinations here. So let's say we want to find the probability of getting a offspring or children. Okay, you don't really call plants children, but that's what I mean when I keep saying offspring. What's the probability of getting an offspring with purple flowers? So the way that we do that is we have to see, we've got 4 different offspring here. There's 4 combinations here. So we put 4 here, okay? And now we have to look at all of the different combinations in which we can get a purple flower. And we're going to put that number up here. So based off of this here, and these little lines here where I have underlined, these represent lowercase p's. Okay. So does anybody want to chime in here and tell us, what number should go up here? How many of these offspring would be purple? Anybody want to take a stab at it? Hopefully this is making sense. This is kind of hard to explain, but hopefully this is making sense, because it's hard to explain in a way that makes sense because this is kind of a confusing topic in general. 2. Okay, let's see here. Yes, you're right. You're exactly right. And the reason it's 2 is because, yeah, so the combinations, we've got a big P, little p, big P, little p. So, yeah, we'll have 2 purple. And then here we've got little p, little p, little p, little p. So these these are going to be white. So these will be white plants, and these will be the purple. So, we can there's 4 different combinations we can get here. So that's why I put the 4 there. And to find the probability of having a purple offspring, we look at, there's 2 chances to have purple. So we would do 2 divided by 4, which that is going to reduce to half. So the answer would be half, or 50% probability. So does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. And so, it could be, hey, Vincent, thanks for joining us. Okay, makes sense. And so basically, yeah, genotype and phenotype. So phenotype is like the physical or the observable characteristics or traits. So like, for example, hair color, right? Like that would be like the phenotype. So the genotype would be more like eye color or hair color. And the phenotype could be like red, blonde, whatever, brown. It's a little bit confusing, but that's what that means. So you might get a question that has to do with eye color that deals with this. And as Life Proof said, yeah, it does come on the test. Come live more often. I'll try to. I'll do what I can. All right, Vincent, that's it. You're blocked from the chat. You are removed. Oops. Just saying different kinds of words that we don't need in the chat. That's all. Yeah, no big deal. But I mean, we don't need people coming on here and just like saying like random stuff like f you guys. It's just like we don't need that kind of stuff. I mean, really, it's just not needed. So. Yeah, Sunshine Girl, sorry if you, for some reason, when I was trying to block Vincent, for some reason, my computer, it might have hid yours too. I don't know why it did that. You should be back on now. So I do really, really, really apologize to you for that. For some reason, it looked like I tried to block Vincent, which I did. And for some reason, your messages were close together. So I might have accidentally removed yours. So I'm so, so sorry about that. I did not try to do that at all. So yeah, Session Curl, I do really, really apologize because you were participating, you were helping a lot here. You should still be on the chat, right? It says that I timed you out for 300 seconds. I really apologize. I wasn't trying to time you out. For some reason, I was trying to time out Vincent, and then you got cut off too. So I do apologize for that. Sincerely, because you were contributing a lot here, and I was helping you with all these questions. So again, if hopefully you're still on here, I apologize that you got timed out. That was not my intention here. All right, so we've got Tequila Garzon. Hey, how are you today? I'm doing great. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Is there anything I can help you with? So anybody else have any questions about the GED? Hopefully this Punnett Square stuff is making sense here. It is kind of confusing. And I'm not sure if Sasha is with us or not here. I accidentally may have timed her out, but I hope not. And I do apologize because she was contributing a lot here and had a lot of value here. But you know what? That's just the way it goes down, sometimes. So I do apologize for that. But is this Punnett Square stuff making sense? I am going to move on here with our discussion here. And I'm trying to see if I missed anybody else's questions. And all right, chemical equation balancing. That's a good question. After your stream, I'm going to take 3 practice tests. Awesome. Awesome. There we go. All right. Jamie's on. Hey, Jamie, thank you for joining us. All right, let me pull up an example of how to balance chemical equations here. So chemical equations, that's another topic that does come up quite a bit actually, so it is important to know how to do that. So let me pull up an example right now. This is from one of my GED science practice tests that I made. So again, I'm gonna drop this video down here below if anybody hasn't seen it. So this is my video. This is a free GED science practice test, and so I have this up on my other screen because I wrote this test and I'm just picking up. I'm just trying to look for a question that I did in that video about balancing equations, just to make sure things are balanced. But you know what? Let me just go for it here. But basically, you just have to know which numbers you can change and which numbers that you can't change. That's the main thing, and this is really important. Or let me see if I can find a good example here to go over this because this is a good topic and this is something that will come up on the science, and like they don't really do a good job of covering this for some reason in different tests, but this is really important to understand how to do. So here, for example, let me show you what I mean here. So let me start an example here. So we've got H2CO2, okay? And that can split up into, let me rewrite this so that we've got more room here. So thank you guys all, everybody that's on the chat right now. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate you guys being here. And so, all right, so let me go over how to do this here. Okay, and here we've got our CO2. Okay, so is everybody able to read this okay here? All right, we've got Ross on the chat here now too. Okay, is everybody able to read this okay that we've got on here? All right, Jamie, you're out of here. You guys are banned. Like, this is really like, it's like dealing with like little kids here or something. Like, why are you guys talking like that? It's like, really, you guys are ruining this for everybody else here. Like, I'm just going to ban you guys. If 100 people come on here and start talking like that, I'm just going to ban all you guys because you know what? I'm here right now and I'm trying to help everybody here succeed. I'm trying to help you guys pass the GED test. And, we don't need people on here that are going to say stuff like that, okay? On a personal level, I don't really care what you guys say, okay? I do not care. But you know what? We're here. People are on here trying to get help, and we're not doing it. We're not going to deal with this. Go somewhere else and do that. You guys are all going to get blocked and removed. And if 500 people come on here and want to keep talking like that and saying that kind of stuff, 500 people are going to get blocked. I don't really care. I'm trying to help you guys answer questions so people can pass the GED test. So, I could be doing something else right now. I don't have to be here helping you guys. And if that's what you guys are going to say, like, you guys are going to get banned. Like, you're ruining it for everybody else. It's like, really, honestly, like, you guys are not worth my time to be on here when you guys act like this. So you're hidden. And you know what? Last time I had to hide somebody else got removed as well because of it. So we're just going to keep banning people. I mean, if you guys are going to come in and say this kind of stuff, you're just going to get banned. There's no point for it. Okay, this is an educational stream helping people get their GEDs. All right, it's not to come on here. This isn't This isn't Xbox Live, okay? This is me live streaming. This is GED Help Live. It's not Xbox Live. We don't need people coming on here and saying that kind of stuff, all right? Yeah, thank you, Life Proof. I mean, it's like really like, it's like someone's trying to help you pass the GED and people are waiting to get their questions answered. Like, I'm just going to keep like, you know, if 600 people come in and keep saying that, I don't care. If people want to come in on 600 different accounts, I'll just ban you. Like, you know, it's not, this isn't a joke. I don't care. Like, I don't have to be here doing this. I'm doing this to help people. I could end the stream and go do something else. I don't have to be here doing this. You know, it's like, people think it's funny to come in here and say stuff like that. I don't think it's funny. All right. It's disrespectful to everybody that's on here right now. It's not cool. All right. It's not funny. All right. You know, it's like little kid stuff, honestly. It's like people act like they're 5. I think it's funny to say. That's like what kids do when they're like 5, like on the playground, like saying that kind of stuff. It's like, you know, like I don't care what people say, language you use personally, but it's like, you're not going to come on here and just try to like, you know, say stuff like that. It's not funny. It's not cool. Nobody thinks it's funny. So, I mean, I'm just going to keep blocking people that do that. You know, I've had multiple people ask me, when am I streaming again? When am I streaming again? I want to keep streaming to help everybody out, but it's like, you know, I mean, people come on here, they think they're funny. You know, it's like, for real, like they're not going to get questions for how to like, they're not going to get their help here, honestly. So, yeah. Thank you guys. So, anyway, okay, let me get back to that original question. Okay, Sebastian, hopefully you're still here. I was trying to do that example on chemical equations here, but yeah, it's not like the words, like, it's not like I have a problem with it personally. It's just the fact that, like, yeah, like, that's a good call. Maybe I could do something like that. It's not like the words like offend me, like someone uses a word I don't like. It's more of just the you know, the fact that it's just you're coming on here and you're not adding, you're not contributing anything. You're not asking questions of others. And you know what? I am actually pissed because that, you know, that one clown that was on here earlier was just saying stuff, and I tried to ban him, and I accidentally clipped off Sushan, Sushan girl. She was asking so many really good questions, and like I am actually kind of pissed because I accidentally, because their chats were like right by, I think I clipped her off the chat, and I actually feel really bad about that because that shouldn't have happened, and so it's just like really like, yeah, it's the words. It's not so much the words like, oh, I'm going to sit here and be offended by something somebody says when I'm, you know, I don't care. It's just the fact that, you know, you're not contributing anything to this. Like, I'm here trying to help you guys. People are on here learning because they want to pass their GED. I mean, we've got Tina on here earlier, you know, said she wanted to, you know, get this, and, you know, she's going to make 6 figures when she gets done with the GED. You know, I know you're going on for college after this. I mean, it's like, no, they do it for a reaction, but it's like, that's why I'm just going to ban them. I mean, it's like, yeah. I mean, you're always going to have trolls. Like, you know, that's just what it is. So let's get into this. So basically, Sebastian, hopefully you're still here. I'm not even sure, but we had this. Okay, before we were rudely interrupted, we did have this equation here. And so I just wanted to go over the basics of balancing the chemical equation. So the first thing that you guys need to know and need to understand is the reactants and the products here. So everything on your left-hand side of the equation, okay, this side of the equation are your reactants. So I'm putting an R here to label that this is reactants. All right. Ross, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like, are you like just joking? I'm not sure what you're saying. I mean, contributing to the GED is gay behavior. I mean, seriously, like you're about to go here too. Honestly, like I'm not sure if like what you're saying is directed towards me or if it was the reason I didn't ban you already is because when you said educated on how much of it, I'm not going to say that word you are. I wasn't sure if you were calling me that or if you were saying the people that I had banned. Yeah, he's trolling. All right. Yeah, Ross, you're out of here. See, the reason I didn't ban you was because I was just talking about the people I banned. And I wasn't sure if you were calling them that word or if you're calling me that. So it's like, yeah, it really is like ridiculous. I mean, honestly, this is adult education here. It's like GED. That's what it's supposed to be. It's like, honestly. Yeah, for real. Like, seriously, like, thank you, Sebastian. Like, it's like really not funny, honestly. Like, it really isn't. It's not cool. Like, So seriously, yeah, the reason I couldn't tell he was trolling at first, that's what I thought. But like, he was saying like how much of an FAG you are. I wasn't sure he was calling me that or if he was saying that about, because I literally had just banned a couple people before that, and so I wasn't sure if he was like telling them that or calling me that. But now it's clear, so he's out of here too. I mean, it's like I don't know if the trolls have like multiple accounts. They just want to keep coming in here and just ruin people from learning for the GED. It's like, really, you'd have to be a pretty miserable person. I mean, there's people who are taking action on the GED test, which I call champions, and then there's losers. There's people who are just absolute losers. They just want to like come in here and disrupt people who are trying to get an education and trying to learn. I mean, people want to take the GED, get a better job, better provide for their family, and you've got just absolute people that come in here and they just want to just disrupt other people's learning. And like, it's honestly pathetic. If you want to know the truth, it's just pathetic. It really is. I mean, you'd have to be a pretty big loser to just come into a chat when people are trying to learn how to get ahead in life and just start saying stuff like that. Honestly, that's what it is. I mean, it's like, really, there's people that take action and there's people that go after what they want. There's people that are just going to come in here and try to disrupt other people from doing that. It's like, it really is. It really is very, very, I mean, it's pathetic, if you want to know the truth. Thank you. So basically, as I was saying, so this is a chemical equation here. So we've got reactants down here, and the other side of the equation we would call this products here. Okay. So everything on the left-hand side of your equation is always what we call the reactants, okay? And everything on the right-hand side of the equation are the products, okay? And so basically, the first thing that we want to note here, and the reason I started with this example is because I want to show you that everything has to balance and like what that really means here. So basically, the way it works here is, so we've got our hydrogens, our H's. So on this side of the equation, we've got two hydrogens here, right? So we've got H equals 2 on this side of the equation. And so over here as well, okay? So let me just draw a line here to separate both sides of the equation. So over 2, we see our hydrogen, we've got 2, okay? And so we also look at our oxygens here. So whenever you see an atom here, okay, so this is a hydrogen atom, this is an oxygen atom. So whenever you see an atom that doesn't have a number down here, just imagine that it has a 1 here, okay? So like this C here, imagine there's a 1. Same with this C here, just imagine it's a 1. So when we count these up, what we do is we see that there's O1, and we see O2 over here. So we would just say 1 plus 2, that equals 3. So we see that there are 2 hydrogens and there are 3 oxygens here, and of course we've got our 1 carbon. So on this side of the equation, when we count these up here, we see that we've got our carbons here, we've got 1 carbon here, and we've got 3 oxygens over here. So this would be a perfectly balanced chemical equation. So that's the first concept here that you need to know. Okay, hopefully you guys can see this. Let me pull this here a little bit closer here. All right, so this is what we call a perfectly balanced chemical equation. All right. And so now the types of questions that you're most commonly going to get are cases when you don't have a perfectly balanced equation, obviously. But I just wanted to show you first that that's always what you have to do, is you're just going to, you want to look at what kind of atoms, how many atoms do you have on one side and how many atoms you have on the other. And sometimes you're going to have to make some adjustments. Okay, so let me make an example of the time when you would have to make some adjustments. So let me see if I've got an example in my notes. If not, I'll just make one up here on the fly. Okay, so here's a good example here. So this is a pretty basic example here, but let me just show you what I mean here. Okay, so these little numbers down here, okay, these numbers here, the little numbers, you can't change those. So that's the first rule that you have to understand is, yeah, I know they are. So, oh my God. You guys are absolute losers. You guys are going nowhere in life. Like, some people actually want to be successful and go places with their lives. You guys don't. Like, really, like, you guys are absolute losers, honestly. Like it really is. Like some people actually want to do well. They want to get a better job, go to college, make money, be successful. And some people want to just come in here. It's like for real. Like you guys, yeah, it's like I mean, people say this stuff. It's like from now on, I'm not even gonna react. I'm just gonna, as soon as I get a chance, I'm just gonna remove you. Like, really, I'm just gonna remove this stuff, and I'm just not gonna acknowledge it or read it. Yeah, amen. We need money. I mean, seriously, it's like, I mean, some people like, they want to get their GED for personal fulfillment, and that's always great, right? But it's a lot more personally fulfilling when you're making more money too, obviously. I mean, some people want to move ahead. So from now on, you know what? This is a new policy here. Yeah, no, I'm not giving in to them. They're not bullies, but they think that they're going to bully me. I mean, honestly, this is going on like 3 hours of me being here. Like, honestly, no, we're not. No, we're not giving in. I mean, honestly, from now on, new policy. People post these comments. I'm just gonna, as soon as I get a chance to it, I'm just deleting it. We're not gonna react to them because it's just like it really is ridiculous, honestly. And so as soon as we get on here, as soon as I get the chance to, you guys are gonna be banned. Honestly, it's like it's not even worth it. I mean, there's like literally nothing like anybody can say to offend me. So it's like you guys can try all you want. I mean, and to offend other people here, like really, like as soon as I get a chance, you guys are just gonna be ignored here. It's just the reason it's pissing me off is because it's disrupting what I'm trying to do here. All right. It's not like I care what you guys are saying. It's because, yeah, like I don't care. I could care less what you guys are saying. It's pissing me off because it's distracting me from trying to teach this. This is going on like 20 minutes now. Me getting through this. That's why I'm starting to care. It's not because I care what you guys are saying. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so hopefully everybody can read this okay. So we've got H2 plus O2, and that yields 4H2O here. Okay, so hopefully everybody can read that. If you can't read that, let me know. So basically, the way it works here is which side of the equation are the reactants and which side of the equations are the products? Anybody want to chime in here? So the way it works, everything on the left-hand side of the yes, exactly, Sebastian. Yep, left hand is always reactants, and the right-hand side of the equation are the products. Left is the product. So basically, yeah. So it's the left-hand side over here is your reactants, and then the right-hand side is the products. Actually, yeah, yeah. Never mind. You got it. You got it. Yep. Exactly. Right is new compounds. Exactly. Exactly. Compounds, products, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, exactly. Because the right side is what's being produced. Exactly. And that's what that arrow is telling us here. So right now we have an unbalanced chemical equation. So the first thing that I always recommend you do is just take stock of like where you're at over here. So basically on this side of the equation, we've got right now 2 hydrogens and we've got 2 oxygens. Okay, so let me just draw a line down here to divide the reactants and the products. Okay, so then over here, how many hydrogens do we have? Anybody know how many hydrogens we have? So the way that you would do this, so these little numbers down here, like I said, this H2, that number never changes. Okay, the only thing that you can change is the number out front. The numbers out front are the coefficients. So yes, you would do 8, you would do 4 times 2, which is going to give us 8. You know what's kind of funny though is like I'm actually like people are hidden from the channel. They don't even realize it. So they're probably still just on here, just like saying stuff. They don't even realize that nobody can see what they're saying right now, which is actually kind of funny. So anyway, yeah, you do 4 times 2, which gives us 8. And so for oxygens, we have 1, because remember, you can barely see this, but if there's no number there, you just imagine that it's a little 1. So we're actually pretty far off from having a chemical equation if you look at it, because on this side of the equation, or you know what, there's 4 oxygens, I'm sorry, because this coefficient carries over to that O2. So this coefficient, this 4 out here, that applies to the hydrogen and also to the oxygen. So there's actually 4. So we take this little 1 here and we multiply it by 4. So it's actually 4 oxygens over here as well. Okay, so what we've got here, we've got 8 hydrogens, 4 oxygens. Here we've got 2 hydrogens and 2 oxygens. So remember, like I said, these numbers here are set in stone, okay? These numbers here, these are called subscripts or superscripts. People call them different things, but whatever you want to call them, those little numbers there, they're set in stone, so we cannot change them. Okay, so, but what can we do over here? So we've got 8 hydrogens over here, and we've got 2 hydrogens over here. So how are we going to do this? So all we have to do here is we can put a 4 here. So if we put a 4 here, how many hydrogens do we have? Well, 4 times 2 gives us 8 here, okay? So here we've got O2 here, and we've got 2 oxygens, and we need 4. So how do we get there? So if we've got 2 and we need 4, we know that 2 times 2 gives us 4. So we put a 2 here. Okay, we have this 2 oxygen atoms here, and then we multiply that by 2. That gets us to 4. Now we have a perfectly balanced chemical equation. Exactly. So does that kind of make sense? This is a simple example, but I mean, you shouldn't get stuff that's much harder than this. You might get something a little bit harder, but I mean, this is pretty much about the level that you would expect to get questions asked about. I mean, one way, this is kind of confusing, but like one thing that, so pretend we didn't know that there was a 4 here. I don't usually like to teach this way because I think it makes people more confused, but like you can almost make it like an algebra equation if you need to, which is like over here, you could say we have 8 hydrogens. So you've got like 8 hydrogens over here. And then you would set that equal to so you know that we're going to have to put a number right here, right? So just talking about the hydrogens right now, and you got this, you got 4H2, so you already know how to do this, but this is just another way you can figure this out. So let's say that we know that we need a number out front here. Okay, but we don't know what it's going to be. But we know that we do have 2 hydrogens here already. So we take a 2, and we do 2x equals 8. And this 8 just comes because on this side of the equation, we have 8 hydrogens. And the x just comes because we don't know what the coefficient is right here. And the 2 came because we already knew that there was this 2 here. And then you would solve it for x, and we see that x equals 4. And so that's another way you can know to put a 4 there. I mean, it's kind of just by looking. Most people could just kind of reason their way through that. But, if it's something more complicated, you might want to use that method. So does that kind of clear up how you balance a chemical equation? Like I said, the method that I teach, really what you have to do is just take stock of what you have. How many oxygens? Yeah, cleared it up. Awesome. How many oxygens? How many hydrogens? How many of this? So that's the first thing you do. Clear up how many atoms you've got on both sides of the equation. Okay. And then figure out, where you need to go. And then just remember those little numbers, like I'm recapping this for people who are watching on the replay because you already have it, I can tell. But, these little numbers here, you can't change those. You can only change the numbers out front there. So that's just a couple points. And you might, you never know, you might get something that's more complicated than that. But I wouldn't expect you to get something that's much more complicated than that. Heat capacity of an object. No, you won't have to know. You might get a question that has to do with that, but you won't have to. You won't have to actually really know. You won't have to know that now. You might get. Oftentimes, what they do is they'll do really confusing stuff where they'll give you a question with a bunch of confusing words and stuff like that. You might get a question that has to do with that, but it's just, I think, the specific heat. It's just how much heat you have to add to get the temperature to go up 1 degrees, I think. Melting point. Let's see. Yeah, you're talking about specific heat. That there's a formula you can use to calculate that. They might give you a question where they give you a formula on that, and they ask you to do that. But I don't know that they would necessarily you won't have to memorize anything that has to do with that. The formula, let's see. I don't know if I remember that off the top of my head. Let me see if it's on. I'm checking my official formula sheet. I don't think they give you. Yeah, I don't think you would. You would definitely be given that. You wouldn't have to memorize that. They might give you the formula, but you wouldn't have to. If they give you a formula that has something to do with that, you might have to answer a question like that, but I mean, I wouldn't expect like anything too crazy with that. I mean, like they might give you like a mean, median, mode, and range question, like where they're giving you a list of like specific heats and you have to find like the mean, median, mode, and range. But yeah, as LifeProof said, like you should get info that you need. You might get the equation, like you might get the formula, like you might get a formula and like have to calculate something. But like what they could do is like they'll just try to confuse you and they'll say like Sally or whatever, Jim, somebody was in a library was in like a laboratory and like they found the specific heats of like all this stuff, and then they might like say, what was the mean, like what was the average, what was the mean, median, mode, and range given a list of specific heats. Or they could like make you calculate something, but like they're going to give you that formula like within the question, basically. Any other questions about science or anything in general? I could talk about melting point a little bit too. ATP. Basically, let's see here. Yeah, so the way that works, yeah, ATP, you can think of it as like the body's energy currency, basically. So ATP, it stands for adenosine triphosphate. And so, like, basically, the way it works is like you would have you would have an adenosine like molecule. So I'm just going to abbreviate that as A. And then, like, you would have like 3 phosphate groups attached to it. So that's what like the ATP stands for. It's ATP. And it's adenosine triphosphate, which is it's a big fancy word for basically you've got this molecule and you've got 3 phosphate groups attached to it. And so like basically the ATP can become ADP like during like muscle contraction or something like that. Like you would need to break off like you would lose a phosphate group, and then it becomes ADP, which is adenosine diphosphate, di meaning 2. So that's like, yeah, you might be asking like more like applied to like a situation like photosynthesis or something like that. So basically, if that's kind of what you're asking, so let me kind of cover that basically. All right, so photosynthesis. So basically, the way it works is like, let's say that this is your light source, like this is the sun, for example. And these photosynthesis stuff does come up a lot, and this has to do with ATP and like energy and stuff like that. So basically, let's say that photosynthesis has 2 reactions. You've got your light reactions and your dark reactions. So let's say this is like sunlight, all right? And so you've got your light reactions here. So I'm just going to abbreviate. I'm just going to say light reactions, okay, which obviously means that they require light here. And so let's see, we put in water. So you need water in, okay? And so then we've also got our Calvin cycle down here. Okay, and the Calvin cycle is what's called the dark reaction. And so basically, you've got CO2, all right? So you've got water and CO2, okay? They go in, and then you also need energy here, right? So the sunlight is going to put energy into the system here, okay? But, you've also got your chemical energy here, like you've got your ATP, okay, which you were asking about, and you've got another molecule, NADPH, okay? And then so basically, and then so like I remember I just said you have ATP and you break off a phosphate group and it becomes ADP. So you would need to put in ATP and NADPH, and going out you'd have ADP plus a phosphate group, right? Because the phosphate group's broken off. And going out you would also have, like, say for example, NAD. You would just have NADP plus, right? And so here, this would be oxygen is given off as a byproduct. And so the main goal of photosynthesis is we're making sugar here, right? So we're taking energy from the sun. We're taking water and CO2, okay, and we are converting it into sugar, okay, and oxygen is given off here as a byproduct or a waste product, whatever you want to call it. But it's basically the chemical energy, right? So light energy is getting converted into chemical energy, and that chemical energy gets stored in the sugar. So this here is probably hard to see, but we're talking about this ATP and NADPH. Okay, so that's chemical energy, all right? And so that chemical energy is going to get stored in the sugars. And that really comes because first we've got the sunlight here. So you've got sunlight, and that light energy from the sun gets converted into the chemical energy, which will be stored as your sugar here. Okay. And so basically we see here that, or not, did I say water was released as a byproduct? I don't know why I said that. Water goes into the reaction. It's oxygen is given off as a byproduct. I think I might have misspoke and said water. But it's, you see, we have H2O going in and O2 going out. Yeah. The bonds break, exactly. And so, well, the way that you can think about it for like high school or for like a high school or high school equivalency test like the GED is yes, when you break the bonds, it gives off energy, but really you need energy to break the bonds, and the bonds releases energy. So it's like, let me try to make this more clear here. So, like for example, let's just stick with ATP because that's what you had originally mentioned. So, all right, let's say we've got ATP here. Okay. So what happens is we've got our light reactions, right? And like these would take place like in like a plant or something like that for photosynthesis. So the light goes in. So we've got light energy going in, and that gets converted into chemical energy, which ATP is just chemical energy. Okay. And so then, yeah, like I was saying earlier, so ATP, it stands for adenosine triphosphate. So we could have like an A molecule in adenosine and triphosphate. So 3 phosphate groups here. All right, so 3 Ps. And like you don't have to know too much of the details, but just to understand what happens here. And then, yeah, and so, yeah, you have A bonded to 3 Ps. And so, yeah, exactly. So we can break a bond here, right? So, like, yeah, we break a bond here, and then we would just get our ADP, right? So we've got our adenosine, and we've got 2 phosphate molecules plus another phosphate molecule that's no longer attached. And so yeah, basically, like you've got your light energy, and it gets converted into this ATP or the chemical energy. Okay, and then we break a bond, and yeah, we release energy. So we break off a phosphate group. So yeah, we break that bond and release energy. So it takes energy to break the bond, but breaking the bond also releases energy, which is kind of, I mean, it's just, it is what it is. But basically, that's what you need to know. I mean, at this level, you need to understand that, yeah, breaking a bond releases energy. But anyway, so let me just make this much simpler with like a little diagram here with like, let me just write out the reaction. And this is actually good to see like for chemical reactions too, how to do it. Let's see here. So like for the reaction for photosynthesis, so we would have like 6, and just let me know if you can't read this. We'd have 6 CO2, and CO2 just stands for carbon dioxide. I mean, that's definitely something to know. And we've got, or you know what, we can make this a balancing equation just to make it, we can make this a balancing product too, just to make it interesting. But we need a lot of room though. I don't know if this will fit on my board. All right, but we've got, let's say we've got CO2. I'm going to pull my laptop closer in a minute, plus H2O. I'll pull my laptop closer if this is hard to see. Okay, and we're going to produce C6H12O6. C6H12O6. All right, and we're also going to give off oxygen. So let's say we have 6 oxygen here, okay? And in order to make this happen, we need light, all right? Or we need energy. So sometimes in a reaction, you might see like a triangle like this. That could be heat energy. So the energy doesn't have to be like from the sunlight, but in the case of photosynthesis, it is. So basically, CO2 is carbon dioxide, water H2O, and then this C6H12O6 is sugar. You don't necessarily need to memorize that, but this chemical equation just helpfully like kind of makes it sense. The distance is good. All right, I'll see if I pull it just a little bit closer anyway, even though I know you just said it's good. But so basically, my handwriting might even be harder to read than that. But basically, so we can think of this as like now we have a balancing question that we could do here. So again, the way that we would first keep, let's take tabs on like what all we have over here on this side of the equation. So let's first think on the right-hand side, how many carbons do we have over here? You know how many carbons we have here? How many C's do we have? So since we have C6, that tells us that we've got 6 carbons. Okay, and so we've got H12, so obviously that's 12 hydrogens. So the oxygen is a little bit, we've got a lot of oxygens over here because we've got 2 oxygens here times another 6, which gives us 12. And we've also got another 6 up here. So we've got 12, and then we've also got that other 6. So that would give us 18 oxygens. So this is a little bit more complicated than what we were previously covering. But so on the right-hand side of the equation here, in our reactants, or in our products, I'm sorry, right-hand side is the products. We've got 6 carbons, 12 hydrogens, and we've got 18 oxygens. So now over here, what do we have? Well, right now, we've only got 1 carbon. As far as oxygens go, we have 3 oxygens really on this side. So we've got oxygens, we've got 3, because we've got 2 here and we've got 1 over here. So that gives us 3. And we've got 2 H's. All right, so there's a couple things that we need to do here, okay? So like I said, there's a couple different ways to go about this. I mean, I like to just kind of do it the like intuitive way where you just think, okay, well, we've got 1 carbon here, we've got 6 here, and just kind of look here and say, well, we can put a 6 in front. And that's probably the best way to do it, honestly. But just again, remember these, like I said, these little numbers here, you can't change them. And whenever you don't see a number here, this is 1. And I know you probably remember this from when we just talked about it a couple minutes ago, but I'm just reemphasizing this for people who didn't see that video earlier who might be watching this on the replay. So basically, okay, what numbers you can change is the number out front. So the number out front, again, is called that coefficient. So we can change that here. So we know on this side that we have 6 carbons. And so what we do is we can just put a 6 here, okay? And so now we've got 6 carbons. But what does that 6 do to our oxygens? So since we have O2 here, okay, we multiply that by 6, okay? And so that's going to end up giving us 12. Okay? And so now we're up to 12 oxygens over here. All right, or wait, I'm sorry, because we had that 1. So earlier we had 3, okay? And so now we put this 6 here, so that bumps us up to 12. And then we had that other one over here, so we've got 13 oxygens, okay? So the oxygens are getting a little bit, the oxygens are giving us a little bit of trouble. The oxygens are kind of weird, okay? But what we would do here is we have to, let's think about the hydrogens. So we need 12 hydrogens, right? So the only way to get that 12 hydrogens, since we've got this 2 here, would be to multiply by 6 over here. All right, and so let's think, what does that do here? So since we've got this 6 hydrogen, we've got the 6 here, so 6 times 1. All right, that's going to give us 6 oxygens, so we would add 6 here, all right? 19. So why is that giving us 19 oxygens? That's strange. Did I miscount over here? So we should have 13, because the thing is we need 12 here, and then plus that gives us 8. So we've got 6O2, C6H12O6, 6H2O. Okay, so our oxygens on this side, we do have 12, and then we do have another 6, which gives us 18. So we are good to go here. All right, and so our hydrogens too over here balance out here, and that gives us 12 as well. So now we see that both sides are balanced here. So hopefully that makes sense here. Yep, you've got it. 6 CO2 plus 6 H2O. Yep, you've got it. You've got it. We're going on 4 hours here, so my brain's a little bit out there at this point. But yeah, we got it. We got it. I had the right thing written on the board, but for some reason I was counting 19. But anyway, so the whole point in doing this, though, is just to kind of show you how you, like, what photosynthesis, if you look at the equation, like what is really going on with it. And we turned it into a balancing problem. So, I mean, if you got how to balance that, you probably won't, I mean, you probably won't see anything more complicated than a balancing question like that on the test. I'd be surprised. And so anyway, but we've got CO2 and water, and we've got light energy from the sun, and like we're basically, the product is just the sugar, and we also produce oxygen, but that's not really the point. We don't really care about that. We don't really care about the oxygen that much because that's a byproduct that's given off. But I mean, if you just think about breathing, you know, you're breathing in O2 and you're giving out CO2. You breathe in oxygen, and you know, in your lungs, there's exchange that goes on. The oxygen is exchanged for carbon dioxide, which is CO2. And so anyway, that CO2 that's given off is in the atmosphere, and so we have the CO2, water, light energy, and that's how we get sugar, glucose, whatever you want to call it. But anyway, thanks, dude. You've been a real help. Oh, I need to head out. Yeah, no problem. Got it. We'll keep an eye on your channel for more streams. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I try to stream every week. I haven't set an exact date or time yet for. I want to get like a regular schedule going weekly. But thank you so much for coming on here. All right, so you guys that are watching this right now, we're up to 17 thumbs up. Awesome, guys. Thank you for everyone that's helped me get up to 17. I mean, it feels like it wasn't really that long ago that we were down to 5 a couple hours ago. I guess we're now approaching our 4th hour here, and I remember announcing that we were up to 5 thumbs up. We're now up to 17, which is amazing. So it really is an honor to be here with you guys here. And I like I just was telling Sebastian here, I am trying to get, I'm definitely trying to live stream every week, at least once a week. I mean, you know, if something comes up and I'm not able to do that, I'm not able to do that. But I would like to try to do that. I do want to make it a weekly thing here. This is the 3rd one. And so, you know, anyway, as I was saying, you know, I do want to make like a regular time every week, but I'm still trying to figure out. So for everybody watching right now, I mean, if you guys have a certain time that you guys would want to see me on, can you do highs at, you know what, actually, I don't like if you have specific questions about material on the highs that, like if there's something you need help with, like fractions or a specific question, like you want to copy and paste, I can look at that. I mean, like it's pretty simple. Isn't CO2? CO2 is actually carbon dioxide. And the reason, because we've got the C atoms just stands for carbon, and your O2 stands for, one O would be oxygen, and since there's 2, it's di. So CO2 would be 1 carbon and 2 oxygen. So it's actually carbon dioxide. Nitrogen would just be like the N atom, like the N atom is nitrogen. So like it's actually, so your N would be your nitrogen. But to answer that question about HiZet, I mean, like if you've got specific questions about anything or that you want to know, I mean, I can take a stab at it, but I do primarily do GED. I mean, I do have a lot of HiZet people that watch my videos. So, you know, I get so close. Francesca. Yeah, that's tough. You're close. 142 or 143, you're close. So which sections are you working on, or which sections are you getting 142 or 143 on? Is it like multiple set? The HiZet's like another equivalency test. In some states they offer it. It's like an alternative to the GED, math and reading. Okay, it's like in some places they offer, like you can take both, either the HiZet or the GED. I'm not like super like, I know that a lot of people like that watch the HiZet do like watch my videos, because I know that they're both high school equivalency tests. So it's like basically they both will give you the same thing. They both give you a high school equivalency diploma, but there are some differences. So I mean, the content is like the same. Like you learn the same stuff. It's just the tests are a little bit different. So I don't like offhand, like I don't like if you had questions about how the HiZet's laid out or the scoring. Yeah, cool. Yeah. I'm probably gonna do a video next week. I was gonna do a video about the differences between the task and the GED and the HiZet. The task is like it's another substitution for the GED. So I might end up doing that, but I mean, offhand, if you have any questions about like specific stuff, I can try to take a stab at it. If it's the same as the GED, I might know it. But yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I'll definitely see, because I would eventually like to make videos for the HiZet and for the task. It's kind of hard because it's like there's so much overlap, but yet there are some differences. So it's kind of like, you know, for certain videos, like I film a video about something for the GED, it's like, why would I film the same video and just change the name, you know, fractions for the HiZet when it's the same exact thing. But yes, I do want to make HiZet videos eventually, so I will keep that in mind. So, okay, let me get back to Francesca's question. So we're talking about math and reading. Okay, so Francesca, are these practice test scores, or are these real, like, are these real test scores? Like you went in on the real test and those are the scores that you got. So basically, you know, a couple things could be going on. So real test scores. Okay, so the good news is that you are definitely in the ballpark. I mean, I wouldn't worry so much. It just seems like it sounds like there could be 2 things going on. So one could be, you might need some more work on some certain aspects. So if you have any, like a score report, or if you remember anything from your tests, you can let me know on the chat right now. I'll see if I can help you with it. Definitely, you're going to want to look at your score reports for both and see what your weak areas are, because that's going to help you a lot. is just try to pick 3 to 5, like for math, for example, if you just pick down, yeah, if you want to check, I mean, I'm not going to leave the stream until I get all these questions answered here. So yeah, unfortunately about the high set, I don't usually do high set testing. Other than that, there is some overlap between the GED and the high set. So I'm not actually 100% sure where good websites would be for that. So yeah, I apologize for that. I don't really know about high set. But I know that you can find, like, if you just Google like high set free or something like that, I'm sure you'll be able to find something, because I know that like they do actually, there seems like there's more free material for the high set than the GED out there, because I know that like they usually give out a lot of like resources and practice materials. Um, so there's definitely stuff around. I mean, like for example, like, I mean, let me give you, like, this is like high set reading. Like this is just like I said, this is just like where you might be able to get some practice questions for like high set reading. Um, I mean, it just depends like which sections that you need help on. But oh, you did say social studies. That's right. I remember you just said social studies. I don't know why I just sent you something for reading. Let me see here. This is a Yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't know anything. I actually don't really know anything about the high set other than that. I mean, there's overlap between the GED, but so I can't say how long it's going to take. For the GED, I mean, it could typically be a couple months. It could be 6 months or a year. It just depends. Some people do it in a couple weeks. Some people spread it out over a month or 2 months. I mean, a typical time on average for a GED would be between 1 to 3 months. Could be a little bit longer. Um, that's strange that it won't let you add people, but yeah, unfortunately, I would imagine if it's like the GED. I mean, I actually heard some people say the highs it's easier. Some people say it's harder. So I don't really know. I would say like depends how much time you have to study. Also, yeah, like Life Proof said, it depends what you know. Depends how much time you have to study. This is Highs at Social Studies practice test. I would check that out. That looks like that's a free practice test for the Highs. So I mean, that's like free practice problems right there. Um, And it should, I don't know if it has, yeah, it has the answers too. I would go through that, honestly. I would definitely go through. Is it free? Like I said, I don't know anything about the HiSET other than that some of the stuff, there's some overlap between the GED and the HiSET. So I can't tell you. I don't think it's free. I mean, I've heard people say that it's cheaper than the GED. Like I've heard people say that it's like half as expensive. So I don't think it's free. I mean, it depends on your state. It depends where you're at. I don't really know what the cost is about the HiSET. I know that in New York, the task is free. I know that that used to be free. I mean, I know that the fees. I'm pretty sure they. I don't think it's free. It depends on your state. I think it's only like it's a lot cheaper than the GED. I know that it's like $10 or $12 or something like that for like HiSET testing sections, where for the GED it can be like $30 or $40 a section. So I do apologize for that. I mean, the GED is more that's what I have the most experience with. But yeah, as Life Group says, you say, yeah, that is true. You save money. Second attempts are 50% off, and third for GED. So that's something to keep in mind. I mean, do you live in a state where you have both the HiSET and the GED offered? I mean, if it's anything like the GED, it just depends on what you know right now and how much time you have to study. Because if you've got a couple, I mean, if you've got a couple like hours to study a day, I mean, we're talking about like, a month or two. I mean, if you can only study like 3 hours a week or a couple hours a week, probably it's going to take a lot longer. And if you can only study like an hour or two a week, which some people are that busy, you could expect, 6 months or longer. It just depends. And you know what? Some people, they study for, yeah, I mean, geometry, okay. If you don't have enough money, I mean, what I would recommend is just spread out your studying then. Like, don't try to schedule all the sections at once. Just stick with one section at a time until you're able to do it. Um, so, and I would just check out those websites that I showed you. They might be able to, I mean, like I said, I don't know much about the HiSET, so I do apologize for that. Like, I primarily do GED test prep. Okay, so the website's down, but it's geometry. It's geometry. Okay, language arts, social studies. Oh, how authors reveal point of view. Okay. All right. So so a couple things about geometry. Um, it's a lot of formulas. It's not all formulas. I mean, one thing that you want to know how to do is the Pythagorean theorem, like right triangles. Like, are you familiar with right triangles at all? I think it was. I think that might have been Life Proof last week. We were going over right triangles. Or it might have been someone else. Maybe I can't remember if that was. It might have been somebody else. I know last week on the live stream we were going over right triangles for geometry. I mean, so the first for geometry, you want to usually identify what the shape is, first of all. So like if it's a circle, a square, something like that. And then you want to go to your formula sheet. Yeah, that was you, Lifer. That's what I thought. I was pretty sure that was you. I remember doing that last week. So that's one thing for geometry. It's a lot of formulas, but there are some concepts to understand. Um, so is there anything like specifically that you remembered about the geometry, like a shape, like was it squares, triangles, spheres, like anything ringing a bell here that it was that you were having trouble with? Um, looks like the essay for language arts. So the essay for language arts, that's worth about 20% of your score, give or take. So I mean, it's definitely like it can really help your score, but at the same time, like it's the multiple choice is definitely going to help you. Like doing well on the multiple choice is definitely going to help your score more so than the essay. But the essay, that being said, if you do well on the essay, like you can bail yourself out on the multiple choice. I mean, you're looking at to pass the GED. Like if you get a 0 on the essay, which you can get a 0 on the essay and pass the GED, you're looking at about you'd want to get about 20. If you get about 26 give or take questions right on the multiple choice, you can still pass if you get a 0 on the essay. But I mean, that being said, if you do well, you're only going to help yourself out. So let me give you a video here because this video, I made this video so you can watch this now, later, whenever it's convenient for you. But this is my video on how to beat the GED Language Arts essay, and a lot of people have said that they've used it and have done well. They've gotten 6s, which is a perfect score. You don't necessarily have to get a 6. Like I said, if you even get like a 3 or something like that on your essay, as long as you get something on your essay, you're looking at maybe 23 questions right on the multiple choice, and like you'll pass most likely. I mean, that's just my estimate, but so I mean, really, yeah, 32 a test and 12 per second attempt. That sounds about right. So it can be pretty pricey. I mean, honestly, I usually tell people, you want to look for between $100 to $200 when you're going to study for the GED, because like it can cost that much. Because if you're scheduling every test section, plus because that can get costly, and then plus also having to pay for practice tests again and again. I mean, it can be a couple $100. Then if you're doing a class or like you need prep books, like it can run up to a couple $100 definitely. And that's true. Yeah, you do. If you fail 3 times, you have to wait a couple months, 2 months. Yeah, it's like a 60-day waiting period, which I think that's a little bit long, honestly. I mean, I think the idea is that like they want you. I think the reason they do that is to like give you, because they want you to like go back and study more. But it's like some people, like they are studying, they are working hard, and they're still not passing. I mean, some people just go in and like they don't really study, they don't take it seriously, and that's why they're failing. But I mean, I don't really get that impression that anyone on this chat that that's the problem. So that's what I would do, is go through that school report, and then if it's geometry, I mean, I would learn the Pythagorean theorem. I've got some videos on geometry here on my channel. Um, yeah, that's why. I mean, I think that's why, because they don't want you to just be like a revolving door, just going in again and again, and just yeah, and just guessing, and just that's why. But it's like, I don't know. I mean, that seems a little harsh. 60 days, like maybe 30 days. I mean, I think that sounds more reasonable. Um, oh, the hurricane. Oh yeah, sorry to hear about that. Yeah, that's a mess. That hurricane. Yeah, geez. Well, got some more time to study. But yeah, that'll do it definitely. With the hurricane, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that definitely is a mess. But anyway, for like I said, for the language arts essay, a couple of things that you want to know are basically you want to write a 5-paragraph essay, and so you want to break that down into an introduction paragraph, and then 3 body paragraphs, and then a conclusion. And so the way the essay works, as I'm sure you know because you already took the test, is you'll read 2 passages, and in both passages, the authors are trying to convince you of something, right? Both authors are trying to convince you that their position is right, okay? And so what ends up happening is like you read the passages and you look for strong evidence, like you look for cases of strong evidence, and whichever author you think has the most strong evidence, or whichever author you think is making the best case, you're going to write your essay about why their position is the best supported by the evidence and why the other essay is wrong. All right. So when you go to write your essay, a good way to do it is, you just start off with a topic sentence in your introductory paragraph where you just mention the topic. So if it's about cell phones or whatever it's about, you could say, there's different opinions on whether on the proper age to give teens a cell phone, something like that, if that's what your test is about, or if you have the famous diamond mining essay, there's different opinions on diamond mining, something like that. I mean, I've got a whole video like that. The first video I sent you a link to, how to easily beat the GED language arts essay, or whatever I called it. That will give you a big overview, but then I've also got a video where I give I give formulas and stuff like that. That I think they go really well together. So let me give you a link to that. And the reason I'm giving you these videos is because I break them down with visuals in it, and it's harder to do by talking, and I don't have a whole lot of room on the board. So I'm passing on links to these 2 videos I made because it's harder to like explain it like without having like PowerPoint slides and stuff like that. So I'm going to give you 2 links here, and these are, you can watch them whenever you want, but the first one gives you a big overview. This is 7 powerful GED writing tips, and that one I give you different formulas. So like, let me see if I can read a couple right now, but just for starting off your essay, like, a couple examples, you could say like blank is a controversial issue. So for example, if it's diamond mining, you could say diamond mining is a controversial issue. Or if it's the 2 passages are arguing about the proper age to give teens a cell phone, you could say the best age to give teens a cell phone is a controversial issue. So that's one formula, is blank is a controversial issue, and whatever is the topic, you just put that there. You could also say there's much debate about blank. This is like another formula you can use to get started. So if it's about the best age to give teens a cell phone, you could say there's much debate about the best age to give teens a cell phone. So these are just ways to start, and then you could also, if you want, you could also say, author A has a different viewpoint than author B on blank. So for example, Tom Smith has a different viewpoint than Jane Doe about renewable energy. And like, that's just an example. You could just name both of the authors, and like, you just want to state the topic. And, if you want to really, like, you can just acknowledge the fact that, there's different viewpoints on the issue, and that's the main point of the topic sentence. And then, you also, in your introduction, I would acknowledge both views. Like, you could say author A believes the best age to give teens a cell phone is 10. And you would obviously don't say author A, name the person, right? Period. Then the next sentence, and you could say, on the other hand, comma, author B says that the best age to give teens a cell phone is 10. All right. And then your last sentence is the most important. Your last sentence in your introductory paragraph is the thesis statement. And thesis statement, that's just a big word for, you're basically just laying out your argument, right? So you would just say in that last sentence, you could just say something like, well, both authors make great points. Author A's position that the best age to give teens a cell phone is 10 is best supported by the evidence. And I'm just making that up off the top of my head, but that's what you want to do in your introductory paragraph. First, just give a topic sentence, state what the topic's about, and then acknowledge both of the positions. What were the 2 passages about? Author A's position is that diamond mining is good, and then period. Then say, on the other hand, author B's position is diamond mining is bad, or whatever the topic happens to be. Then the most important point is that last sentence where you just clarify which position you thought was best supported by the evidence, okay? And so that's your introduction. And then you have 3 body paragraphs. In each paragraph, what you want to do is you want to just explain like why you think that passage is best supported by the evidence. So like if you say like, author A's position that the best age to give kids a cell phone is 10 is the best position, then you want to think of 3 main reasons. So look for 3 pieces of strong evidence in your essay. So in the passages, like look for things like facts, data, research studies, quotes from authorities, like quotes from scientists or quotes from researchers. Okay, pieces of strong evidence, and you want to pick out 3, and then you can write each body paragraph, basically explaining 1 different piece of strong evidence. Okay, and like you want to start off each body paragraph with the topic as well. And another important thing to do is transition words. So words like first, second, in addition, also, additionally, on the other hand, those are all good words to start off each paragraph with. And so then you just explain basically, your position, and then at the end you have your conclusion. Okay, And your conclusion is basically just don't bring up anything new in your conclusion. Just basically, it should look almost just like your intro, just different words. So basically, your conclusion just started off, say, in conclusion, comma, while both authors make good points, author A's position was best supported by the evidence, and you just basically just restate the main points in a couple sentences. And you want to do about 3 to 7 sentences per paragraph. And as you know, because you already took the test, you got 45 minutes to do all the writing. So I mean, some people, they tell you, like, write out these like big like concept maps and like, brainstorming, and like you definitely want to brainstorm or make a plan, but like you're probably not going to have a whole lot of time to like, make these big maps and all this stuff that people tell you to do. I mean, it works for some people, but so basically, like, there's other ways to divide up, and like I mentioned this in the video too, but there's different ways like you can break down that 45 minutes. I mean, it just depends what you want to prioritize in your writing. But you will only have 45 minutes to write. So like there's different ways to do it. And like I have what I call the balance plan. So you could take 10 minutes to read and plan your essay. So you take 10 minutes to read both passages and kind of make a plan. And then that leaves you 25 minutes to write. And then to check and edit your work, you have 10 minutes to check your work and basically edit. So that's what I kind of call a balance plan. And that's the best way to set it up to give you like a good balance between your writing and planning. So that's, again, 10 minutes to read and plan, 25 minutes to write, and then 10 minutes to check and edit. So that's just one way you can budget your time. Another is what I call the reading focus plan. And I say that because you can play with the numbers to give yourself more time to read. If you're, you like to read and plan more, you need more time for that. So you would then do 15 minutes to read and plan, 25 to write, and then only 5 to check and edit, which, that's what I call the reading focus plan. Now, what I recommend most people do is focus on the writing, even if that means that like you don't really read as well. Like if you have to, even if you just read faster, and you don't plan as well, I would honestly recommend doing 10 minutes to read and plan, and then 30 minutes to write, and then 5 minutes to check in on it. For most people, that's what I would do, because that way you give yourself the most time to write, because the planning is really important. And honestly, if you set yourself up, if you do a good plan, which I mentioned in that video more about like planning, but if you come up with a good plan, like your writing should in theory just flow naturally from that. But I mean, if you have trouble the most with just putting your like ideas into writing, which a lot of people do if you don't write very often, then I would really just kind of give yourself the most time for writing. But like some people, writing isn't really a problem for them. Like once they've got a plan and once they've read well, like they can just put their thoughts in writing. It's not a big deal. The problem for them might be that they need more time on the reading. So I mean, you can just kind of play with those numbers that I gave you, but really the bottom line, these aren't guidelines. This is just, it's good to have a strategy and just a plan to approach it, and just break it into the 5 paragraphs, your introduction, your 3 body paragraphs, your conclusion, and just, make sure you're mindful of that time at that 45 minutes. I mean, you don't have to follow it exactly. Like, you don't have to be, I mean, I would be strict, kind of with how you follow your time limit, but it's like, I mean, if you don't have time to check and edit your work, so be it. I mean, just try your best to write. But the essay, really, it's approximately 20% of your score. So, I mean, like I've said, you can still pass if you do well on the multiple choice, but it can bail you out. It's definitely worth it if you can get a good score on it. So, Francisco is going back on the 18th. All right, you've got some time there still. I'm getting ready to take mines, but I'm scared. LOL. Yeah, that's nervous. That's nervous. At least you're getting ready to take yours. I mean, 2 ways to know that you're ready are, really, number one, if you go on the official GED website and you take a GED practice test, if you get a good score on it, okay, if you get it ready to pass, you're usually ready. I mean, now it's not a guarantee, obviously, because some people, they'll do well on a practice test and then still not pass. But that's the first thing I would do, is pay the $6, or sometimes they have like deals where you get half off and stuff like that, which is good. But definitely take one of those tests, see where you're at. And then, if you get ready to pass, then, it's just as soon as you feel confident, as soon as you're feeling ready. And, you don't have to feel completely confident. You don't have to feel like completely ready to go. I mean, you probably never really will feel completely ready to go. But as long as, your score is good, you've got at least one ready to pass score on a practice test, and, you feel good and you feel at least confident, or at least, you're starting to feel like you just want to get it over with. That's a good way to look at it. If you're starting to just feel like, what, I just want to get this over with, I don't care, and you start to get to the point where you're nervous, but like you want to get it over with, and you're just ready to get it done more so than you are nervous, then that's a good way to know that you're ready. So anyway, guys, we've passed the 4-hour mark, so I am going to sign off here. But thank you guys so much for being here, and you guys are the best. Good luck to everybody on your test. And preaching to the choir now, because I'm sure you guys are subscribed if you're here. But definitely one reason why you want to subscribe to Test Prep Champions is because you'll get notifications if you hit the bell for when I do these live streams. I am trying to do these live streams weekly where I can answer questions and just make sure I can help you guys and interact with you guys more. So thank you guys for being here, and watch out for more live streams, and good luck with your test prep.